thing for my podcast, so it does work really well once you guys have it.
Hey,
Yeah, we're good. We're live right now.
Oh my God.
Yep.
First thing to work today. All right, but I still have that Zaldor supposed to join us. I wonder if that's still true.
Is he not in the chat? He's not waiting in backstage?
No, I don't think so. That I can see. Let's just give him another minute and we'll figure it out.
All right. Sounds good.
Josh,
so are you guys disappointed no Jarrett here tonight?
I'm
never disappointed with Eric in the room.
Oh, there you go. That's nice.
I knew one person would be fine with it.
That's not what his wife says, but it's good that you say that. But it's like being on the Leno episode of Jarrett Goes to the Movies, but it's all good.
Oh yeah, people who get invited to you're on the Jay Leno show. Hosting tonight is some dickhead you've never heard of.
That's right. Some comedian, random comedian.
I'm that dickhead tonight. Let's see.
Aren't you every night?
I mean, I find this an interesting thing because I will often get done with the show over at Jarrett's and I've got like a 45-minute drive home. And I'm already sensory overloaded. So I just get in the car and I don't put the radio on and just kind of drive down these backcountry roads from his house in the middle of nowhere to mine. And I just sit there going, man, you're such a moron. Why did you say X, Y, Z? Because those are not things you would normally say just as a human.
Yeah.
But you get in there and all of a sudden it's just dicks and shits and sucking cocks and what the fuck ever. And I don't know how much popcorn do you think would fit up your own ass? And it's just this whole weird thing.
So earmuffs to Gage's daughter in the car.
She's heard worse than how much popcorn can fit up your own ass?
Probably.
Ad, are you catching any of the Bowling for Soup shows in the next couple weeks?
Yeah, I'm catching one in Bournemouth on Sunday.
Is that
Nice.
fairly close to where you live?
No, it's like a 4-hour drive.
Oh my God. And that's the closest one?
Wow.
Well, no, it's not the closest. It's just the wife's family was down there, so the plan was to go and stay with them, but they've had some health issues, so I'm now staying with a friend who's down there. So I'm getting a night with him and also a night there. So it's working out all right, but yeah, 4-hour drive.
I think I'm pretty sure that Bournemouth is where Rodon James is.
Yeah, he's from down that way, I believe.
So we were in London, obviously, 2-3 weeks ago. And, everything looks so old and awesome. And then you drive, and we'd be like, wow, I wonder what that building is. And it'd be like an orthodontist's office.
Yeah.
So, but we can also drive about 15 consecutive hours here in Texas, and you'd still be in Texas if you went from one point to another. It's kind of wild. All right, I don't think we're going to have Zaldor.
Yeah.
So
what I did was I just messaged him if he was on, and I meant to put questions, but got autocorrect, and I said, "Are you on 5 quesos?" So that made me hungry. So now I want queso, and then I corrected it, and he's replying right now. I don't think he's on.
Okay.
Let me see what he says.
All right.
Unfortunately, no.
5
All right.
pesos.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I think that what I do
This is it.
is I click this button here to play the theme song.
The theme
but I'm
song.
always just going to leave a
get
little
started.
silence so that just in case that's not what happens, then Sean can fix it later. So
Sounds good.
here we go.
And now, Jared Goes to the Movies presents everyone's favorite podcast game show. It's time for 5 questions, where we ask 6 questions, and the high score is 7. Here's your host, Jared Reddick.
Yes, here I am. Thank you, Jared Reddick, checking in, your host for 5 questions. Welcome, everybody, to the show. We have some great players tonight, and one who's not that great. So we'll introduce them. I guess, technically speaking, with a winning percentage of 100% has won every game that he's played. We would like to welcome Ad Craner to the show tonight. 1 for 1, percentage-wise.
All right.
Our very best player. Oh, I don't have the little applause thing, so that's going to make it weird. So sorry.
That's so good.
You just
So
have to imagine.
We'll make it applause.
Jarrett.
I normally simulate that. Yeah. I think Ad beat me when he was on here the last time. He got it like with the last question. Was it the Men in Black episode?
Yeah, that's the one.
I was gutted. Yeah, you pulled that out of your hat, man. Good job.
Really did.
And just a bunch of like American-centric names he should have no business knowing. And
Yeah, absolutely. I still don't believe I knew, to be fair.
it was wild. Also with us tonight, my favorite, and he better not be yours, Josh Millman. Welcome to the show.
How's it going, folks?
How are things down your way?
Oh, buddy. Really looking forward to summer because these kids are driving me nuts.
Last 6 weeks of school, they get senioritis. So do you.
I mean, they're 7th and 8th graders, though. So it's just, I don't know what they're, getting senioritis over. They just get to go back to high school next year or whatever. But
I know, but they all get so horny and weird at this age.
you're not wrong.
You're just like,
They're
here's your
both of those things, and it's
assignment,
really funky.
Mr. Millman. Well, weird. Well, we're glad you're here. You are, let's see, 9 wins in 25 appearances, which means that theoretically you could win your second 5-win pocket plaque tonight. You'll never see it.
So they tell me. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So they tell me.
Win it. So that would be cool. Also with us tonight with 6 wins and 27 appearances, Melody Ortloff. Welcome,
That's not
Melody.
me. I've only been on 4 times.
Oh yeah, that was Zaldor, right? So how many
Oh, yeah.
times do you think you've won?
I know I've won 2 out of 4.
Oh,
Okay, well then that's a really good winning percentage. I'm just going to update it right now. I'm sure Sean will do that. Welcome, 2 wins out of
As I say, I have
4.
not been on 27 times. I know that.
That didn't sound right, and I'm literally the one who just replaced your name on the list and didn't update the score part. But I would have no idea how to do that anyway. Well, welcome, a 500 winning percentage, which is also really good. And last but not least, getting no sleep at all, new father, Gage Stricklin. Welcome.
Thank you.
You are 1 win in your 8 attempts. So that is by my quick math, 12.5% win percentage.
All right.
So not bad. All right. Are you guys ready to play 5 questions?
Absolutely.
Can you all write down your answers?
I can't write.
Okay, Gage can't write. So Gage will have to go first every time. And then
I have a brand new packet of Post-its, but no fucking pen.
do you have something that you can cut your finger
I was
with?
going to say, right
and
with
then-
blood.
No, I can't.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. It was a fair question, I think. All right. So I will play the role of Jarrett in this. I'll ask the first 5 questions, and then Sean, Greg, unfortunately, will have to be me, and then without the crippling depression and anxiety, and then Greg will also be Sean. So I fully expect that he'll say, your categories are... We'll find out shortly. All right. So here we go. Question number 1. In the movie Uncle Buck, the Russells' first choice for babysitting are their neighbors, the Nevilles. But the Nevilles can't watch the kids because they are on vacation. Where did the Nevilles go on vacation, precluding them from being able to watch the children? And that really, if you didn't watch the movie, sets the scene for them having to call Uncle Buck, and he comes in. Had they accepted? Had they been in town? I don't know. Movie's really short.
I want to say I have notes, but I literally can't remember what they mean, and I can't read what my own cryptic notes mean. So this should be fun.
You should have sent a fax to yourself from the future.
Yes.
Where you already knew all the answers. I don't know. We'll figure that out later. All right, Gage, what do you say?
Margaritaville. I have no idea.
Was in Margaritaville. All right. Ad Creener.
I've gone Florida. In fairness, I have no clue.
Florida. Josh Millman.
Florida.
Florida. Melody Ortloff.
I said Jamaica.
Jamaica. 2 of you were correct. Ad and Josh, each with a point on that. Insert
Single
clapping, insert clapping sounds here. All right. Question number 2. Jared always does this off the top of his head. That would fucking freak me out. So I don't do it that way. In the movie Uncle Buck, what radio station does Buck say that he's broadcasting from while he's making breakfast his first morning in the house? He's doing his radio voice, and we're coming to you live from W. What? That is the question. And here I told Greg earlier, everybody's going to get all of these correct. The looks on your faces say otherwise. All right. Pins down. Gage.
WKPPL. I don't know.
Okay.
That's one of the ones I was going to write down, too. That sucks.
Yeah.
Dang it. Let's see. Josh Millman.
Yeah, WBR.
WBR. Melody.
I said WKRP.
Cincinnati. An ad.
I've got nothing written down. No idea.
Got nothing. It was I don't have to go to work today. Was the radio station that he was broadcasting live from. All right. 1 to 1 to 0 to 0. Still anybody's game, mathematically speaking, as you know. Maybe not emotionally. All right. So for number 3, in the movie Uncle Buck, what does Miles say is his record for most consecutive questions asked? They are talking over the breakfast table, Buck and Miles. And Buck asks him, how many questions in a row is your record? And Miles answers with what? It is a number. I will give you a hint, if that helps. A number between 1 and 50,000.
That narrows it down.
And yes, I figured we'll take away anything over 50,000. That leaves you with just a smaller subset of answers. All right, Gage, what do you think?
Again, this is another one that I was going to write down. 27?
Okay. Melody.
38.
38. Ad.
I got 28. Did go 27, but 28.
27 and 28. And Josh?
38.
38. Melody and Josh both correct. 38 is the correct answer there. Sean, add in some applause here. Oh, look at you. That's not bad. Hey.
No, stadium cheers.
Hey, I came with surprises. I got my own soundboard here, so I'm like, I should probably get some applause on this thing. And yeah, so I pulled something up.
Well, thank
Surprise!
you. Jeez, way to go, bud. Man, I'm impressed. I'll be replaced here in no time, Greg. Don't you worry about it. All right. I think we're at question number 4 for you guys, and we are talking, of course, about the movie Uncle Buck. In the movie Uncle Buck, what does Buck think that Bug's last name might be? In the movie Uncle Buck, what does Buck think that Bug's last name might be? Give you just a moment here.
I don't remember that one.
Hey, Greg, are you downloading Roadhouse and...
I should. I probably could.
I forget what other ones he uses. 100%.
Oh yeah, I don't have any of those. I don't. I do. I have this one. So I have that, and that's what we use on my podcast. So that's one of my favorites.
Oh, you have a bunch of like Eagles chants and fly.
No,
Eagles
well,
fly and...
we do, but we have some other stuff too. So.
Well, don't play that.
I got this one. This is for the Cowboys.
Oh no, we suck again.
So.
I
No, that's
wonder if the average Philadelphia fan would trade their 1 Super Bowl ring for our 5 that we've got. I don't know.
I I
What
don't
an
know. Ours was
interesting-
pretty special. Ours was pretty up against the Brady.
When you
know.
never win anything,
Yeah,
getting one
yeah.
is special. All right.
Right.
Promised I wouldn't turn this into that, but here we are. All right, Gage, what did Uncle Buck think that Bug's last name might be?
Spray.
Spray. All right. Ad Craner.
Yeah, spray.
Josh.
Spray.
I was
Spray.
wrong. I said bunny. Bugs Bunny.
Clever.
I like it, but it is incorrect. So Gage and Ad and Josh all with a point for that one. So we are moving on to my last question for you guys, and it is Josh with 3, Ad with 2, Gage and Melody, you each have 1. I think that still means it's anybody's game, and really it is until this bullshit way that we end the whole thing anyway. So here we go. This is my last question. Question number 5. In the movie Uncle Buck, how does Buck first introduce himself to the assistant principal at Maisie's school? I need the full answer. Just the first time he says a couple of things throughout that conversation, but the first time he introduces himself to her, how does he introduce himself to the assistant principal at Maisie's school? And one of the better scenes in this film, I think, for sure. All right, take another moment or two to get back into the brain recesses. Gage, do you have a guess for this one?
I have no fucking clue.
He has. Okay, thanks, Vinny. Josh,
Melanoma.
do you have his full introduction?
I remember that.
I mean, the whole damn. I don't know the whole damn thing.
Well, it's only 5
melanoma
words.
face. There's a whole kit and caboodle there.
5 words.
Melanoma face, black head, buck. Yeah.
All right, close. Melody.
I had no idea. I wrote your worst nightmare.
Okay, and Ad, do you know this one?
No, I've got melanoma down. That's all.
Yeah.
That is a part of it. I can't give
Yeah.
credit to anybody. He said he introduces himself as Buck Melanoma, Molly Russell's wart, as he's looking at the little thing, which then got later ripped off by Austin Powers
Yeah.
in a very,
Moly, 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 moly.
very deliberate way. All right, so that is it for me. We have a very close game. Still, Josh with 3, Ad with 2, Gage, Melody with 1 apiece. I don't think that I have the song for this, so let's just do Greg Lee's off on a tangent again.
There we go. This is what you get when you get the B team. So nothing we can do about it. Actually, I don't consider myself part of the B team, but I'm just glad to be here tonight, to be honest with you.
Oh,
So this is off on a tangent question. This is normally Eric's gig, so I'm going to try to go as far off on a tangent as I can. So John Candy, we know, stars as Uncle Buck and was in plenty of John Hughes films, but he got his start in this improv comedy group's television show that also starred Rick Moranis and Eugene Levy out of Canada. What was the name of the show?
that's a good question. And that is the whole point of the off on a tangent again question is you need to go 2 degrees of separation from the actual movie, something that happened in the movie, and you've accomplished that. So
Yeah. So who's up?
kudos.
Who is up? Would you want to give him a few more minutes?
Oh my
or
gosh,
anything?
let's see. Well, Gage has to go first.
Okay. Oh, that's right. All right, go ahead, Gage.
So I know it's the group. I don't know if it was the show, but the Groundlings.
Okay. Melody.
No fucking clue.
Okay. Vinny started a trend. Ad.
I'm on the Vinny train as well. No clue.
Okay. Josh.
I went with the Kenosha Kickers.
That is a polka group.
That is very good. No, the TV show was called SCTV, which was like a rival to Saturday Night Live, Second City Television. Just a sketch show that they had on there. Yeah. That he went
And I
on.
had like almost had Second City in my head because I was like, what is that comedy group? I should not know.
Oh, very good. All right. So where do we oh, here we go.
Okay.
So there we go.
All right. So what we have to do here is add. You can sit back and just hang out and vape and know that you did not lose today, but you did not win either. So with 2 points, you're kind of just hanging out while we figure out who the winner is tonight. We have a tiebreaker situation here because Gage and Melody each only have one question correct. Figure out who's going to go up against Josh here in this last round. I have the tiebreaker here. So it is a numbers game, just like it always is. Uncle Buck was one of the first films that replaced kids' music of choice, at parties or whatever, from rock music to rap music. The house party scene, specifically towards the end, features Young MC's 1989 smash hit Bust a Move. How many Spotify streams does the song Bust a Move by Young MC have as of 2:58 this afternoon when Greg and I were texting each other about what we were going to do tonight? How many Spotify streams does Bust a Move have as of 3 o'clock this afternoon? Gage, you've gone first this whole time. So Melody, we're going to go with you first.
Because I'm mature, I put 69,420, 69,420,000.
All right. I love it. Gage, what do you think?
583,269.
583,000.
269.
269. Well, you were 81 million off, Gage. Melody, actually very, very close with your 69,420,000. 81 million is the and some change is the correct answer. So Melody, you are up against Josh to answer Sean's super hard question. Now, you guys tell me, because this is usually the part where I stop paying attention when we're over at Jarrett's. Does Melody have to answer this, or Josh, do you just get to choose whether you want to answer it or she wants to answer it?
I get to answer it because
She
only if it's a
answers
tie
and
for
then- yeah.
first do they both get to answer it.
Having been the victim of this question many times, so the person in last gets to answer it regardless. There's no
It's gone back and forth because the one time that I won
yeah.
is because they decided not to let me answer it and the other guy answered it.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Now, see, I probably would have taken that choice on a few of them, but
I got no questions right when I won.
oh wow, it did. But you won the hard question. So yeah, so Sean did that to me one time. He had the super hard question. I got it, and it was what were the 4 colors of the girls' bicycles in the movie Now and Then, and I nearly passed out from the anxiety. So yeah, so okay, so Melody, what we've got here is we've got 3 categories for you to choose from.
Hey, Greg, give me just one second, okay?
What do you got? What do you got there? Oh,
I gotta say goodnight. Good night, sweetheart.
Oh,
I love you. Mwah. Say goodnight.
a beautiful unscripted moment.
Night.
Night night.
Say good luck answering your question. All right, love you, sweetheart. Mwah.
It was a beautiful unscripted moment, or was it? Was he really just trying to play to the audience's emotions there? Because we don't have Jared here tonight, he's trying to get sympathy.
Texting Kelsey, send in the cute kids. It's going nowhere.
The puppies will be next.
I don't know if I can handle it.
After that, I'm stripping. So let's just see how it goes.
See how long it goes tonight. All right, so Melody, we got 3 categories for you tonight. We got mung beans, it's showtime, or smoking. Which one would you like?
Smoking.
All right. When Uncle Buck says that he plans to quit smoking in a 5-year plan, what is the last item that he is going to utilize to achieve this task?
I honestly don't remember that at all. So, yay, you got it, Josh.
Do you want to throw a guess? No guess? No guess? All right. Well, the answer, Josh, do you have a guess?
It's nicotine gum.
There you go. That's it.
I should have just guessed that. Yeah. I would think that would be the first step.
You think? I forget everything he says.
He's going to go to cigars.
Yes.
Then pipes, then chewing tobacco, and then nicotine gum.
There you go.
That's great.
That's right. Well, this is big because not only the satisfaction, Josh, of just being a winner in general, the added satisfaction of being probably the sexiest person to ever play 5 questions.
Hey.
Besides Greg. But also, congratulations, you have just won your second 5 wins pocket plaque. Very excellent work.
Uncle Buck.
We are prepared for a speech if you have one. That is totally, just don't slap anybody.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Only speech I got is that Uncle Buck plays a major role in my family. I was in 2nd grade and I broke my arm. But my aunt and uncle were in town, and my parents had to rush me off to the hospital, get my arm checked out. So my rather eccentric uncle had to show up to my sister's high school in his rickety ass van, backfiring in the whole bit, and pick them up like that. And they had no clue what was going on. They hadn't seen the guy in a year or two. And they're like, and he was like, "Come on, girls, we're getting in." And the shock and horror stuck around so long that we still call him Uncle Buck. Not his name, but
awesome.
We're like, "Oh, how's Buck? Oh yeah, he's doing all right." So that's this holds significance. So I'm glad it was this movie.
All right, very cool. Well, congratulations again, but thank you all very much for participating. We really appreciate it. You guys' support is the only thing that keeps me and Sean coming around. I know. I think the rest would probably do it for fun, but I would not. And so I do thank you guys a whole bunch. So until next time, be excellent to each other. We'll see you guys.
Bye, guys.
Later on. Bye.
Thanks for being here.
And they go, and they go, and it's just us, Greg.
It is. And normally, like, Sean does the commercial thing before we go.
I am going to do that because I'm going to just go take a peek at the weather real quick.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. Because at least we got this in.
See if this is all that happens. And, I mean, we were late starting. We're late finishing it up, just like a regular episode. So
it's okay.
I think so far, 4 out of 10.
All I'll say is that we know that that the whole crew is not here. I'm just tickled to be here. So if anybody wants to stick around and enjoy, I think we're gonna have a good time because we do trivia together. We have a lot of fun. So I think we're gonna have fun tonight.
I agree. So we'll be back in about 5 to 7 minutes, and we'll kick off the show then. You guys hang tight.
Sounds good.
And let's see. Now I have to click something. Oh, I know what it's this.
I used to be frightened by all the wine coolers I saw. I was scared I wouldn't pick the right one. Luckily, I did. It was the most refreshing one of them all, Sun Country Wine Cooler. You see, Sun Country is a blend of premium white wine and real fruit juice. That's what gives it its great taste. Sun Country, say, give me the real juice cooler. If you don't say Sun Country, you'd better sleep with your lights on.
There's someone special I want to look good for. Me.
It's my turn to see what I can see. I hope you'll understand. This time's just for me.
Looking good makes me feel good, so I use Oil of Olay. It's so sheer and greaseless, it sinks right in for a softer, younger look.
Oil of Olay, beauty fluid or luxurious cream to help keep you looking younger too.
I love the rich, whole wheat goodness of Kellogg's Mini Wheats. But the delicious frosted side makes the rich kid in me open wide.
The nutritious shredded wheat helps keep me on my toes. But the little ballerina in me thinks the taste steals the show.
Kellogg's Mini Wheats, wholesome shredded wheat for the adult in you, great taste for the kid in you. So they're delicious and nutritious.
The whole grain wheat really packs a crunch, but the delicious taste gives it just the right punch.
Table for two, please.
Yes, you'd prefer something in our smoking area, Philippe?
Fine.
How'd you know she smoked? Teeth, Orlando. Tobacco stains give smokers away.
Not when you brush every day with Topol. Topol Smoker's Tooth Polish with fluoride safely removes newly deposited tobacco particles and helps clean away built-up stains.
Table for two, please. I have a charming table in our non-smoking area. No, we smoke. But your teeth, so clean. And he smokes.
Topol, the only toothpaste a smoker needs.
Like sands through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives. This is MacDonald Carey, and these are the days of our lives.
With double-layer design for dependable protection. A comfortable plastic applicator. A deodorant for freshness.
With Playtex, you seem to do more.
A special plastic wrap so they won't open in your purse.
Do more.
Playtex tampons give you what you want and more.
You seem to do more with Playtex.
Now, another way to spell relief. Sodium-free Rolaids. Sodium-free Rolaids gives millions 100% relief for acid indigestion. Plus, it's rich in calcium. Sodium-free Rolaids for extra calcium and 100% relief.
If you're allergy sensitive, your world is ever threatening. For relief, discover Benadryl, the most prescribed allergy medication ever. Available without prescription. Benadryl and Benadryl decongestant.
Feel it in the air. Elation.
A brand new fragrance from Impulse.
Excitement everywhere. Elation. Elation.
If a man you've never met before suddenly gives you flowers, that's elation. The exciting new fragrance from Impulse.
Elation.
Thursday, it's Cosby starting off a night of family fun. And leave it to Family Ties to keep the laughs coming.
Oh no, what are we going to do?
Everything's under control.
Then on Cheers, will Norm fink on a friend to get a promotion?
Yes, yes.
And the fun continues with Night Court.
I'm here to strip for Dan Fielding.
Thursday.
Leanne Hunley's been nominated for a Daytime Emmy.
Away we go.
Now see if she wins on the 13th Annual Daytime Emmy Awards, Thursday.
Kitty cat craves a great big hug. His rubber mouse, a roll on the rug. My kitty cat craves a scratch behind his ear. My ball of yarn, me being near. But most of all, my kitty cat craves.
Crave Dry Cat Food is made from a unique blend of real chicken, milk, and tuna protein. Not flavors, but the real foods cats crave.
Oh, my kitty cat craves.
Give your cat the real protein-rich foods cats crave.
No, I wouldn't consider switching diapers.
Then Anita Hardy compared her regular diaper to Pampers' new form-fitting super absorbency size diaper.
I thought it was fantastic. She was completely dry. Her clothes, her pajamas, her t-shirt. This blue stuff up here must be what keeps her dry.
We call it the blue waist shield.
Blue waist shield is what kept her dry at night. They're Pampers! I don't believe it!
Totally new Pampers with...
Oh, what a meal, oh.
Hamburger helper lasagna.
For your family.
Authentic Italian taste.
Hearty robusto. But not too spicy, eh?
Hamburger helper lasagna turns your plain hamburger into a delicious Italian meal with authentic Italian taste. Curly Italian noodles, rich tomato sauce, and a better blend of spices.
Hamburger helper. Lasagna.
Helper, hamburger helper.
Make a great meal, oh.
When I was young, I always thought that Christmas was just for kids.
Now I get excited by it through my own kids.
The upside is, thinking of your kids sort of rushing in, a little patter of feet, rushing into their presents, and wrapping paper flying past your head. The downside is reading the instructions for some of those toys. Dads, you know what I'm talking about.
Monday, right after Major Dad.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
In an episode unseen for 33 years. Light up the holidays with the I Love Lucy Christmas special. Monday. Tuesday.
Everyone I've met believes in Santa Claus.
He discovered the town where Christmas lives, and to save it, he has to rediscover his heart. John Denver in The Christmas Gift. Tuesday.
Got a zigzagged ship that'll make you sing. Ruffled zigzagged ridges got zigzag zing. Zigzag zing. Ruffled zigzagged ridges got a zing of their own. Put that zigzag zing in your zigzag zone. Zigzag zing. Zigzag zing. Ruffled zigzagged ridges gonna make you swing. Cause Ruffled mashed potato chips got zigzag zing.
Mazda announces some great news for truck buyers. Right now, you can beat the already outstanding value of the $67.95 Mazda SE5. Introducing Mazda SE5 Plus 5. $625 worth of extra features at no extra charge from Mazda. You get a bed liner, mud guards, sliding rear.
Hello. Part of that was to see if I knew how to turn that off when it was ready to come on.
I'm just in the chat and Twitch just saying hi to Kate, talking to her about her flying out. I just realized she said she's flying out next Wednesday. I thought she meant this Wednesday. So, well, maybe you'll get some sleep then.
She's flying out here?
Flying to the UK. She's going to the shows over there.
Oh, the big rock and roll shows.
Yes.
All right. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Now, I wish I could do that. All right. We can talk about it later.
Yes, we can.
Like in 1 minute, I'm going to try to play this intro thing. Are you ready?
I am ready. I am ready for you to do what you got to do.
I'm pumped for this. All right.
All
let's
right.
see.
Sounds good. Turn my mic
There
up.
you go. Yes, you sound much better now. It's like, is that me?
Sorry, I had it down because I didn't want to interfere.
I don't know how to fix anything. All right, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Jarrett Goes to the Movies, a weekly podcast where Jarrett Reddick and friends get together and talk about a movie that they watched that week. Plus, whatever the hell else is on their minds. Get ready for the best hour and a half you'll have in the next hour and a half. Here they are, Eric, Casey, Sean, Amy, and because he's famous, his name's on the show, Jarrett. Welcome to Jarrett Goes to the Movies.
Welcome to Jarrett Goes to the Movies. The intro got it 20% right because Eric is here, but there's no Amy, Casey, Sean. And because his famous, his name is on the podcast, Jarrett is also not here. It is me. It's Eric, your trusted voice of reason co-host here, hosting Jarrett Goes to the Movies, our 299th episode. There's no telling when you're going to hear this because I do believe that our 11-hour Back to the Future trilogy drunk extravaganza a few weeks will take up 6 episodes after this. But we had to get this one in before we could do that one. But everybody left. Amy's on vacation in St. Lucia, St. Kitts, something like that. Sean couldn't be bothered to participate in this. Jarrett obviously is out of town on tour with his rock and roll band that a lot of people have heard of, Bowling for Soup. Ooh. And Casey, I think, was just like, oh, Eric's hosting with one of our Patreon supporters. Nah, I'm good. So it's me. But we have the very distinct pleasure of having one of our great Patreon supporters co-hosting tonight. You guys, Greg, you're going to have to give yourself the applause here.
I'm already ready with the button.
You guys give it up for the one and only, you know him, you love him. Greg Lee is here, everybody. Greg Lee filling in.
Yeah. I was already had my finger on the button for that one. I'm like, oh, he's getting ready to introduce me. I better get the applause ready.
It does feel kind of like self-masturbatory to, well, I guess it's all self-masturbatory. I don't know. When it comes
everything I do is self-masturbatory, so it's okay.
I would know everything about it, but this is the one thing I don't know. Can you masturbate someone else? Of course you can.
Yes.
So applaud yourself anytime you want to. When you make,
We're off to a great start right off the bat. Talking about masturbating someone else. Now, that's a whole philosophical question.
Right, because wouldn't they just do it themselves better?
Right.
Anyway?
But if you do somebody else, is it self-masturbating? It's not. You're masturbating somebody else, but then are you just jerking them off? I don't,
And I mean, wouldn't Kafka say, that the self is kind of more, encompasses more than just you as who you are, and self is kind of all of your surroundings and beliefs. So who really knows? Greg, I'm really glad you're here. When we started talking about doing it this way, you were obviously a natural choice for the show. You have your own podcast. Yeah. Anyone watching the stream can see that your setup is so much more professional than mine. And I keep it simple on purpose because I can't figure anything out. I am definitely to the age where I hold my phone out when I'm reading it and I peck with one finger. And the power went out last week, which is why we couldn't do this episode last week. Right. We had some storms roll through here, and my microwave clock, when I reset it, went to military time. And so for the last week, I'll be like, what time is it, babe? And she'll just look at it and go, 17:24, whatever that is. That's in the evening.
Yeah. Well, I was in the Air Force, so I know what that is. I'm surprised it just wasn't blinking zeros, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I did try to get that taken care of. I can't have that. And when I said it, it was like, oh, what time is it? Well, it's 11:15. So like type in 11:15, and now it looks correct. And then like just a little bit after like 1 o'clock, it started looking kind of funky. But I'm pumped you're here. You obviously been on the show a bunch of times for 5 questions, and probably for video stuff and sending in stuff. You and Jarrett, really great friends, and you and I become really good friends. I would like to think over the last few years. You're a regular at our Wednesday night trivia thing, which I probably should start considering working on for tomorrow. And
okay,
so I'm pumped. And you've got your own podcast. You do a well, why don't you tell us about the podcast that you do?
Well, so the interesting thing, the funny thing is that the whole thing with this podcast was that I had known Jarrett for a while because of my military affiliation. I met him at a show. He had a bunch of military coins. I got him a coin rack, and then we just started, every show he how Jarrett is. He recognizes his fans. He knows his fans. And so the more he sees you, the more he gets closer to you. He's just that kind of guy, and he's amazing. So it ended up that he actually took me backstage for one of the shows, and we were talking about things. He told me about the podcast, which I did not know about. So I said, well, I'd be glad to be a supporter of the podcast. So that was like 3.5 years ago, which is crazy to think. It goes by so quick. And so I started doing the guest spots. One of the things that I'm known for and I have a lot of fun with is dressing up for every podcast I'm on, which is really weird that I'm not dressed up tonight. I was actually thinking about it before I went on. I'm like, I have no costume, but I just couldn't see myself wearing one for like the whole thing. It's hard enough for like 30 minutes of 5 questions because I'll have like a fake beard, glued on, and it's
so hot and itchy.
Yes, but I have a lot of fun. Yeah, go ahead.
Appreciated your the costume that you wore for our episode on Philadelphia. That one was really Top notch. You lost a bunch of weight for the role.
I did. I had little sores all over my face. Yeah, that was pretty bad. I let my hair fall out. Yeah, it was good. Really good. That's bad. Anyway, but the funny thing was that the reason I actually started dressing up was because of John Gickler. I saw him do a 5 questions in full Kiss makeup, and I'm like, that's funny. And I was like, that's what I want to do. If I'm going to be on 5 questions, why don't I just dress up like somebody from the movie? And it just kind of, now it's like every time I do it, I feel bad if I don't do it, because now it's like, oh, I've obligated. I got to keep the streak up. And when I launched my own podcast, which is a Philadelphia Eagles podcast, we just started it this past season. A buddy of mine who I've known for almost 20 years in the military we're both big Eagles fans. We met as Eagles fans in the military. We were both stationed in Europe. And, he's been trying to get me to do one for several years. And he said, this is the year. Let's do it now. Let's just launch it. This is the time. Everything's hot. So who did I go to get my setup? It was Sean. Because by this time, I'd known Sean quite a bit, talked to him quite a bit. We saw him, person a couple of times when I come down to Dallas and got to hang out with him. So I just said, hey, give me the right gear. You give me the list, and he did. He sent me on a shopping list, and I got everything that I needed to do this. And I'm really grateful to him. I didn't realize when I got into the podcast thing, doing the Eagles thing, is that how much work goes into it, because it's not so much this. This is great. Yeah, I love being able to just freestyle and just talk. It is the editing stuff that takes me an entire day when I do an Eagles podcast, because you got to take out all the ums and all the outtakes and everything that just isn't right to make it sound professional before you put it out. Sure. And then just being able to save it and everything like that. And that's the stuff that, man, I really appreciate Sean for all he does, because I didn't realize when I got into it that
it's a ton of work. And that's the part we, kind of all know, but he's doing socials. He's lining up people for 5 questions. And since we only stay on schedule 40% of the time, it's telling those 5 questions people that now they're no longer on tonight, and can we reschedule you? And when we have to postpone for whatever reason, and they're always, it's always something important. It's never like, well, let's just fuck off the podcast tonight. But I feel the worst for him, because it just becomes this whole, okay, I'll reach out to everybody and do the thing. If your experience with gear is anything like mine, then Sean put you about $9,000 over. Oh no, I lost Greg. Greg. All right, let's just hang out for a second. Not going to freestyle or vamp here. I'm just going to wait for Greg to come back like a moron. I'm going to text him and tell him to get back. And what level did I just beat on Gardenscapes? 7,379. I am pretty good at that game. See, maybe I pissed him off. We'll find out. Come back. Or maybe he... Oh, here he comes. What the fuck?
So I apologize. I had this stupid window popping up, and it was saying, it was like just somebody on Facebook or whatever. It just kept blinking in my eye. So I went to close it, and I closed the wrong window. So I apologize for that.
Thought I pissed you off, right
in the middle of talking about it.
We both are friends with Sean. I can talk shit about him.
Yes, you can. You can. Yeah, can.
So, because my experience was, I had told him maybe a year ago or so. It was about the time that I get my yearly bonus at work, and I said to him, it's been 20 plus years since I owned an electric guitar. I have my Martin acoustic guitar that I've had for many, many years. It's the only one I own. People have these collections of guitars. I just have the one. And I wanted to get an electric guitar. So I was asking him, what do you think is a good, Fender Telecaster type guitar and a Fender Twin type amp? And I want to be all in cost, under $1,500, whether that's $750 for the guitar, $750 for the amp, $1,000 for one, $500, whatever. I don't mind. Let's just try to keep it $1,500. And he's like, oh yeah, man, I got you. And he sends me a link via text for this amp. And I'm like, okay, we're off to a good start. And I pull it up, and this amp is like $2,300. He was like, oh, it's so awesome. Like, it models all these other amp sounds. So like, if you want a Fender Twin sound, yeah, you've got that. Vox AC30, Marshall Stacks, it'll do any of this. And I'm like, will you please scroll up and reread my initial text to you and tell me what part of this you screwed up? And he was like, no, man, I know you want to be on a budget, but like, this is the amp you've got to have. So I just stopped doing any research after that, and I didn't end up buying one. In fact, when I went to London with Jarrett and them a few weeks ago, I had to borrow an electric guitar from my buddy Josh.
Okay.
And then I had to borrow an amp from my buddy Scott. And then Sean lent me the pedal that I used for the like overdrive solo stuff.
Wow.
So I just had this like Frankenstein setup of stuff because Jarrett, in his brilliant musical sense, just decided that the one guy who's never played lead electric guitar in his entire life should be the one to go debut his album in front of a live audience. And it ended up fine.
Yeah.
But there was no guarantee that it was going to end up that way. So anyway,
I thought it sounded great. I saw the videos on Facebook and I thought it was great. It looked great. It's funny because we've talked, I think I've talked to you more than I do Jarrett these days, and because of the trivia and everything. And I every time I saw the video, I kept looking to see how you were doing. I'm like, oh, check, there's Eric out in the back. Hey, he's hitting on the notes. Because I play, you guys probably don't know, I play guitar a little bit. One of the reasons Jarrett and I became friends is I did like a Kickstarter and got like a free guitar lesson from him. And that's when we started talking and everything like that. But I've been playing guitar for a while, and I do it just for me. I've never played live in front of anybody. I do it just as like hey, I just want to get all the thoughts in my head out, because when I'm playing guitar, I can't think about anything but that. Yeah. So that's kind of like that cleansing thing where you play it loud. You got to focus on what you're doing, and I need that in my life, because when I'm not doing that, my brain is like firing 1,000 synapses trying to figure out what's going on in the world. So yeah,
it's the crazy way runners describe, like when you start running, it's just this process of like, just, oh my God, I'm actually running and this is terrible. And then eventually people start to describe it as like this, they say runner's high for a reason, right? And that it just gets, a calmness about you, and kind of only the thoughts that you want focused on are happening at that time. And
right. I've never gotten past the running is horrible part, so I've never gotten to the...
never got past the, I'm going to do couch to 5K. I'm going to like get healthy. Yeah. And then like, Greg, I was talking to my cousin over the weekend about this. I'm to the age where like I leaned over to plug my phone charger in at the bed, and I kind of stretched the wrong way and then couldn't move my shoulder for 2 days. And so I'll run like twice on this couch to 5K thing, and then have to take a week off while I ice my knee and elevate it. And it's like this, I got to find something more low impact than just running.
I was in the Air Force for 22 years, and we had a yearly evaluation, 1.5 mile run, and we did PT all the time, and I never liked it. And so God bless the people that do it. More power to you. I have never been one of those. A good slow walk is good for me. I did it when I had to, but I was never one of the fastest or anything like that. So for me, running is not, you got to find out what works for you as far as getting the thoughts out of your head. Because I think we're all like that. We all like, I don't know if we're all, I know, come to think of it, my wife is not much like that. She seems to be of a singularity thought. I envy my wife because she can focus on one thing and I can't. I've got this scatterbrain that goes everywhere. So
an uncomplicated like mindset is something that I would envy from somebody who doesn't just have a billion things bouncing around in there with each other and causing panic and anxiety and whatever. Like people who can just, maybe it's like the swan, right? Very graceful on the top, and that's all we see. And underneath, their little legs are, kicking away furiously.
Yep.
But when I see those people who don't look like a total wreck like I am, I just go, I wonder what that might be. and the Klonopin kind of helps, but only to some a minor extent.
I've had people tell me they because they see the podcast, the things I do. I've done radio. I did radio for 5 years professionally, and it was a lot of fun. And it was actually while I was active duty. But people would be like, "You seem so together," and I'd be like, "That's because I got you fooled. That's because inside there's a lot of things going on that you have no idea." But yeah, so it is a lot of fun to do this, because like doing this, I can kind of focus, and I enjoy that. That's why I enjoy doing the podcast. It's the after stuff where I've got to edit it that I don't enjoy it.
Yeah, total mess. Well, I'm glad that you were willing to do it. So thank you a lot for joining us. For those of you just joining us, it is just me and famous noted Patreon supporter Greg Lee running the show tonight. Everybody else has something better to do, and God damn it if I don't blame them. But as you probably know by now, Jarrett is over in across the pond, as we say, back in the UK, crowd surfing the UK, I believe, is the tour with Lit and the Dolly Rots. And so today's the 12th, which means that they have, well, it's pretty late over there now, but I think that they just played the Empress Ballroom in Blackpool this evening. You spent some time in the UK while you were in the Air Force. Do you know where Blackpool is?
Yes, it's coastal. I believe the East Coast. I never made it to Blackpool while I was there, but I believe it's East Coast.
West Coast, just north of
Is it West?
Liverpool.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. West. I'm horrible. Since I was 5 years old, I've never figured out my left from my right. My wife always has to correct me on that. So yes, I'm pointing to my hand on this side, but yeah. So the West Coast. Sorry, yes, West Coast near Liverpool. I never made it out there.
You were an aviation navigation specialist in the Air Force?
No. I was a medic in the Air Force. So luckily, I never had to distinguish that as far as what I did. So yeah, it's all good. But Blackpool, from what I understand, while I was there, I went to a lot of places in England. It's like they've got a lot of they have like leisure beaches and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I've been following the posts on the fan page tonight from Blackpool, just seeing everything that was going on, and it makes me miss being over there. It makes me miss seeing the boys live. But yeah, so they have a lot to do. I said, Jarrett's over there. Amy, I think Kate posted in the chat that they're in St. Bart's today. Amy is, and so yeah, everybody's got better things to do than we do, I guess. I mean, this is pretty good for me. I'm pretty happy.
I was going to say, I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing a fun podcast where you just hang out and talk to your buddy and have a scotch and a beer and, hang out, or a Zima or whatever you're drinking there. Oh, is that just water?
Water. This is Aquafina. I do, because every time I do 5 questions, I always have scotch with me. This was a Christmas gift. I got a gift set of this Brook-Laddie Scottish barley that my son loves. And so I've been drinking that tonight.
Top of the morning to him.
Yeah. He likes like the heavily peated scotches. I'm more of a single malt, like dialed down Glenlivet type guy, but he loves the peaty stuff. So he got me this for Christmas to try.
I'm more of a McCormick's. Yeah, the very bottom shelf when you go to the bar, and they like
stuff.
McCormick's tequila and vodka they sell. So they're experts at both.
We have, in the military, we had a thing called Soldier's Choice or America's Choice, and it was like the generic down at the bottom. Like, I'm talking gallon bottles of vodka for like $4.99.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable stuff.
And when your tank stopped running, you could pour it in. And
what my wife does is, because it's like 200 proof, my wife takes it and she'll put fruit in it and make cordials out of it, which is just, they're amazing once you do that to it. So she'll do that, and then she'll bottle them and give them to people like she made her own moonshine. It's pretty cool.
Okay, well, that's something grandmothers would do. I made you some cordials.
That's what she does. She puts like a big pot, and then she'll put the vodka in it, and then she'll put like all kinds of fruit, and then she'll like can it. It's almost like canning. It's her version of canning.
I guess if you're going to have to can, doing something alcohol related is, the way to do it.
It works.
Tomorrow night, the homies head over up the M6.
Nice.
To Glasgow.
Oh.
Glasgow. Is it Glasgow? Glasgow.
It depends on where you're from. Glasgow.
They'll be in Scotland tomorrow. So if you guys are on the chat and want to, head on over to Edinburgh, then take a train to Glasgow.
That's western side of Scotland too. Yeah, Edinburgh's on the east. I've been to both, and I saw the boys in Glasgow years ago. That was a great trip. We went up there. It was kind of funny because I'd seen them in Boston like a month prior, and then I got assigned to England a second time, and then drove up like 6 hours from where I was at. I was in Cambridge. Drove up to see them in Glasgow, and it was a great show.
Cool. All right. Well, I was looking it up when I tried to see where they're playing tonight and then tomorrow, and thought, man, they're going to have to like drive a bus to a whole different country. It's like 3 hours. I can't even get to Austin from here in 3 hours. So,
I was thinking that it's a little bit further from Blackpool to Glasgow, but maybe not.
I don't know. Maybe I was looking like if you drive 400 kilometers an hour, you can be there in 3 hours. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows? Well, Greg, I have bad news for all of us involved. We have no new Patreon supporters from the last time we did this, which was, I honestly can't remember. Well,
what was the 300th episode, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but then before that, it seemed like it was a long time. But I don't know. We haven't had a new Patreon supporter in a month. So you guys listening, get your shit together. We're tired of being poor. Speaking of Patreon, this is a podcast that is 100% supported by our Patreon supporters. You will notice that besides when we take a break and play ads from the 1970s and 80s, those are the only ads you would ever see on the show. I do get the sense that we wouldn't find a corporate sponsor willing to put their name on our product ever. So maybe it's kind of out of necessity that we do it this way, but there is a connection that we have with you guys. And so if you're interested in supporting, even there's levels at $1, I think $2, $5, $10. Each of them gets you kind of different perks. There are, as far as I know, I would never listen to them, but hours and hours of outtakes that don't make it to the final release that goes out on iTunes and Spotify and all that. You get access to those, discounts on merch, and then at some higher levels, you can send in videos, review for the movies that we're doing. At $35, I know that you become an alternate for 5 questions. And at the $50 level, you can be on 5 questions pretty often. We've got people up here have been on the show 30, 40 times. So there is a price point that will work for your budget. If you would like to support the show, we'd invite you to do that. But this is a David Dooley and Woody Chambers production. Our Patreon supporters are all at the $20. Producers are all at the $20 level and up, and they are Suck It, Vinny Cataldo Craner, Amy Strongbottom Pitzinger, who is not here tonight and still supports the show with money, even though she's on the show, Andy Smith, Angie Thorin, Brian Mason, Brian Sullivan, Brian Dunning, Shell Ordway, Chris, the $12 million man Cranfill, Chris Jacobs, Corey Reed, my buddy from high school, Daniel Cotton, David Dooley, David Kendrick, David the Original Murray, Dennis Hop, Denny Chambers, Diana Wheeler, Diane freaking Small, Dom Surfenberg Petretta, Ernie Soulman McCracken, God damn it, Gage Stricklin, who you will hear from later, Gregory Cordone, Greg Lee, that's you.
Hey.
Greg the Hammer Stevens, A Hangover You Don't Deserve podcast, Jake Miltonberger, he's one of our newers, Dr. Jason Aylesworth and his trusted sidekick, Kidney Pete, Jay Palladino, Jeff Millman, Jeff Millman, whose brother you will hear from later, Jeff Yeager, fucking Joe Barlow, Rat Pack Joey Bishop, John Gickler, Josh Hanlon, Josh McDreamy Millman, MVP Kate Ichro, Katie Gardner, Kim, Frosting on the Beater, Murphy, Kirsty Fisher, Zaldor.
Yeah, we
Maybe
don't have
they
the sound effect, but
maybe
yeah,
they can insert that.
That's pretty good. I think Sean will. I think he'll do that. So
Just add a little echo. I think we'll be good. That's Les Zaldor Saluski to you and I. Lily Hollahand, Lindsay Sponsor, Lisa Winsel, Lucy the Original Murray, Mandy Pretty, Melody Ortloff. Anybody whose last name Murray from now on will become the original.
Nice.
Mandy Pretty, Melody Ortloff, Michael Price, Mike Leblanovitz, Nick Brignoni, Rodon James, Ray Elliott, Rich Osborne, Robert Dirty Muffins O'Doyen, Ryan Clydesdale, Sarah the Undertaker DeAngelis, Sean Blackstone, Sean Barger, Steve May, Steve Rhodes, Tom Murray, Trey Wren, Vinny No Fucking Clue, 2 Wins Cataldo, Wendy Whatsamata, Woody Chambers, and last but not least, always will be last, Zvi Hirsch. Everybody give it up for our Patreon supporters.
That's good. Yeah, I like the original Murray thing. That's pretty good there. That's everybody should be she is the original Murray.
I give Jarrett a hard time about going through those Patreon names. They stay pretty static over the course of a week, month, year. But that's a mouthful to get through all that. I can see why he gets tripped up. And nobody tried to slide in a little fake name tonight. So
I'm surprised that Sean didn't try to give you something like that. I was waiting for it. I was waiting.
Drop a little bomb in there to stumble across while he's
exactly
doing whatever.
But yeah, I am always impressed at how Jarrett just throws through those names so quickly like that. So yeah, you get a better appreciation when you're actually on it.
I'm like, why don't you just record it, bro? Like, think smarter, not harder.
Well, yeah, usually always changes. So he's got to,
that is true.
On his game.
Greg.
Yes.
You know what we're going to talk about?
What are we going to talk about?
We're going to talk about Uncle Buck.
Yes.
The 1989, they say comedy drama. Comedy drama.
Is it, though?
Like, every movie has to have some conflict to, like, push a plot along, right?
Yes, okay.
But that doesn't make it a drama. It can be a comedy that still has some parts where you're, like, not real sure what's going to happen next. But I don't consider it a drama. I just think it was a comedy. I don't know. But it was an hour and 40 minutes that, to me, flew by.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, I'm surprised by this. I don't know if you looked this up.
Okay.
But we are coming in hot on Uncle Buck with a 7.1 out of 10 on IMDb.
Oh, really?
And 64% on Rotten Tomatoes. Now, this is a good time to tell people, again, how Rotten Tomatoes works. It's not that the average rating was a 6. That's how IMDb works. This is that you either say, I liked this movie more than I didn't like it, or I disliked it more than I liked it. And however many percentage of people liked it more than they disliked it, that's the number you get, which means only 64% of people who responded liked this movie more than they disliked it. And I find that to be crazy.
Well, it's hard because that's still above average. I mean, Rotten Tomatoes, the thing is especially with internet and social media, there's so many people that you can't please that no matter what you do. So to be above average is actually probably a good thing. I would say 64 is probably low comparatively. And is that the fan rating or the critic rating on Rotten Tomatoes? Because there's two different.
Oh, I don't. Why are you don't ask me questions about. Okay, we're gonna.
I threw you a curveball. All right, we've got to go.
Greg.
All right, let's back up.
Don't ask me about how this show works. Don't ask me about
All right, I'm gonna look it up.
Things in general function as it relates to like putting a podcast together. How one decides to do it, because I know how a podcast works. On my end, you watch a movie one time a week, then you drive over to someone's house and you give everyone a hug and you sit down and you plug your laptop in and then you talk about it and then you pack your shit up and you go home and you do it all over again next week. And that is the end of my knowledge of how a podcast works.
Okay.
So don't ask me any more questions about
okay, I won't do that.
Okay. I think it seems low because John Hughes is like a universally loved.
Right.
There are people who like milestones of their young adult teen lives can be set to his movies from Pretty in Pink, 16 Candles, this one, A Home Alone.
Definitely.
There are, it kind of like the Brat Pack was the kind of voice of that time. I feel like John Hughes was the director of our lives at that point.
I agree. The 80s was John Hughes's era. I mean, that he was
Ferris
the king.
Bueller? I mean,
yeah, I mean, the guy did know how to write these drama comedies, if you want to call them that. I don't consider Uncle Bunk in that vein. I think the drama gets kind of shoehorned in. It's mainly just a flat out comedy, but the guy was in his time. It was one of the best directors, especially for our generation. He was one of us. So I think that he was able to speak to us on our level. So I did look up the Uncle Buck thing. And yeah, what was crazy was it was funny because I looked it up on Rotten Tomatoes. Did you know there was like a series in 93 that they tried to do with it? Because that's when it came up first. And then there was a series in like 2010 that they tried to do with it that was a black version of Uncle Buck, which is interesting. But the tomato meter is 64% of the critics liked this movie. 76, I'm sorry, of the audiences like this movie. So 76% of the audience, which is the better score. The critics, I can see why critics would go, it's just another John Hughes movie. It's not that funny.
I don't give a shit about what the critics think about anything because their job is to be critical.
Yeah.
And I mean, and there's a value to that. I mean, for better or worse, they are more, generally speaking, usually more learned, kind of better read on kind of cinema as an art, as opposed to kind of the consumerism of, I watched this movie and I think I didn't enjoy it, as opposed to techniques and history. And so I think critics have a value in that they kind of take that combination of knowledge and can apply it to a new piece of art and say, this is what it is, this is what it isn't. But I think we have to, I think I would separate that from, are you, as John Q. dickhead moviegoer, going to enjoy this? Because those are two separate things. We've talked about on the show before, like I've never seen Citizen Kane. And it's always number one on the AFI top 100 films ever made. But I'm certain that I wouldn't enjoy it, regardless of the masterpiece quality of the art, because what fucking fun is a movie? Like, I don't know. I mean, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Right. Yeah, no, I get you. And that's why I think that the Rotten Tomatoes 2-score system is important, because you can choose if you're one of those guys that likes, say, example, one of the things that's hot right now is A24 films, the horror films that they do. They got the new movie X, they had the Midsummer, they had Hereditary, all these intellectual horror movies, if you will. So if you like that sort of thing, and you know that you like that, you'll look at the critic ratings to go, okay, the critics like this, then I'll like it if I'm that type of person. Me in particular, I'm kind of in the middle, where I like some things that are artistic and intellectual, but a lot of times I can find it boring. I found Hereditary boring. I found Midsummer boring, and my son went and see X and he hated it. He said it was another one that was boring. But critics absolutely adore these films. So you have to kind of, gauge yourself, like knowing what you like and what you don't like. In the case of Uncle Buck, where it's 64% of the critics love it, 76 of the fans love it, that makes sense, because this is a type of movie that you can put on with the family and then just kick back and enjoy the wackiness of it. It's a easy film, it's a safe film, and it's fun to watch.
And I think, you're right. I mean, there's a value to what they do that doesn't that isn't always going to translate to whether or not you're going to enjoy, this film or not. So, but I think I find it still surprising a little bit. Look, I'll be honest. I mean, I watched this last night for the first time in, God knows, 15, 20 years probably.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. And I did text you before we started this. I said, let's talk about some John Hughes ratings later, which we can do. This doesn't come close to being one of his better films. So I guess I can see 76% being right. I don't know. We can't debate people's feelings. We have to respect everybody.
Did you like it or not? Did you enjoy it when you watched it again? Did it hold up?
I enjoyed it for sure. I think John Candy is a national treasure from Canada, a Canadian national treasure. And yes, I mean, it checks all the boxes, doesn't it? With the teenage angst and the kind of redemption arc of schlubby loser makes good because of the love of family, and there are some things that that work for it. I think there are some. The flip side of that coin is there are some pretty formulaic, not a lot of surprises here, and I think you've seen one movie like this, you've seen them all. So nothing particularly groundbreaking or exciting about the movie, but again, movies don't have to be groundbreaking or exciting to be enjoyable. So I would say I definitely on the Rotten Tomatoes score would have given it I liked it better than I didn't like it.
Makes sense.
As I'm sure that you would. And I don't know how I would do a IMDb score for it. Probably in the 7 to 8 range.
Okay. Yeah, that's generous. That's generous.
Dude, Where's My Car being a 10.
No, you didn't just say that. Is that really like one of your favorite movies?
I mean,
it's so strange because I've watched you on this show for quite a long time, and it seems like you're very discerning on what you like and what you don't like, and to know that that's like and I'm not judging. I think that's a very funny film. It's just funny what tickles us and what doesn't. So it's kind of funny. I fully
embrace the hypocrisy of me not liking some films we watch on this. And we have on numerous occasions explained away that a lot of these films that people hold near and dear to their hearts, I never saw as a child. So when I watched them for the first time as a 44-year-old cranky man, like we talked about it, with thoughts always bouncing around my head of what I need to do tomorrow, and kids stuff and work stuff and whatever stuff is going on, they will not and cannot and should not be expected to resonate the same way with me as a 44-year-old adult seeing it for the first time as someone who saw it in their kind of formative years. But I saw Dude, Where's My Car in my formative years. Was probably drunk, or something else. And I mean, I know, but I also like movies that don't take themselves too seriously. Like there was nobody on that film, from production to actors to directors to writers, who thought they were making a masterpiece. They did, but nobody thought that they were. And so I think it has a little more a genuine feel to a movie like that. And I will just say, I hated The Love Guru for the opposite reason. They can both be silly and stupid, and no one goes into it expecting a masterpiece. But I felt like Mike Myers specifically honestly thought that he was coming out with one of the top 5 comedy films of all time, because he's just kind of a smug douche anyway. And it just all fell so flat for me. So it's hard to describe, and everybody's got that with music and with movies. And I like this album by this artist, and one would think, that I would love this other album by this artist, and I hated that one. That happens. But
it's funny you say that because I work for a living, and I have a work from home job, which is really nice. So I do a lot of Zoom calls and stuff like that for meetings. And it was funny because I got personally offended when somebody in our Friday staff meeting said, they said, and this is what ticks me off, is when you tell somebody you like something and they immediately shoot it down. So they said, what's everybody doing this weekend? And I said, well, me personally, Tiger Woods is back and I'm going to be watching the Masters. And this woman that I work with chimes in and goes, 30 minutes watching golf is 30 minutes wasted. And that was it. I said, I just went on a rant. It didn't go over well. I said, look, I may not watch Married at First Sight. I may consider it trash. I may consider anything trash, but I'm not going to sit here and judge you for watching it, because I assumed she was the type of person that watched it. So I was making an assumption, like she made an assumption about me. But I was like, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to judge you for watching it. So what the hell? What are you doing? So yeah, it is funny because you compared two really similar movies, and I watched both of those, the podcasts on those, Dude, Where's My Car and Love Guru, and they're very, very similar. You do make an excellent point, because I think with the Love Guru, had we had not seen the Austin Powers movies, that movie would probably be funnier to us.
It's possible.
Because a lot of the jokes are recycled from that film. So it is kind of one of those things where you've seen it before. Me personally, I found it funny too. I think it is a bomb, but it's one of those that if you just sit back and enjoy it. And so as far as Uncle Buck is concerned, what is really weird is that I hadn't seen this movie in about 15 years either. I haven't seen it since the early 90s. And I watched it a week ago to prep for the podcast, and then we got rescheduled. So today I put it back on again, just because there was some funny moments, and I wanted to kind of refresh my memory before going into the podcast. What was funny was because I didn't have that I'm going to study it brain, that I'm just going to let it unfold. I laughed more this time watching it because I was laughing at just the individual moments.
Yeah.
The scene where Macaulay Culkin and him do the back and forth dragnet type thing. I was giggling through that whole thing. One of the things that really cracked me up was when he's making breakfast for him, and Macaulay Culkin, good. He's so good in this movie.
Yep.
He walks in, he looks at his sister, he goes, he's cooking our garbage. I was like, I ended up laughing out loud. The first time I watched it a week ago, I was like, oh, that's funny. Today, I thought it was one of the funniest things I'd ever seen. So I think it's like one of those things, as far as moviegoers go, it is something you can put in, you're going to enjoy. And that's why I think it's that above average comedy. But when, like you said, when we're talking about John Hughes's best, it's somewhere in the middle. I would say it's not in the top 5, it's not in the bottom 5, but it's right there in the middle that you can bet on. So he'd already had that formula down.
Yeah.
The guy did Vacation. National Lampoon's Vacation. He wrote Vacation in the early 80s. So we're talking, this one came out in 89. He had the formula down by that time. But what came in between, some of the best stuff that we've seen in movies, as far as teen films, family films, whatever you want to call them, they were some of the best ever.
Yeah, totally agree. Well, we used to do this on the show all the time, and then I think the first part always got to taking too long because everyone's got something to say about everything. So we stopped looking at the cast. But a couple of cast notes here, Greg.
Okay.
So Maisie is the littler girl in Uncle Buck. I have been watching this show on HBO called Winning Time: The Rise of the Lakers Dynasty. You've been watching that thing?
I watched the first episode today. It's coincidentally, I've been saying that's on my list. I got to watch it. And so today my wife took the dog for a walk, and I'm like, you know what? I'm putting on the first episode. I'm going to watch the remaining 5 all the rest of this week. That is an amazing show.
so she is in this show. I don't know if she's in the first episode, but
she's the assistant, right?
Yeah,
She's
Gabby Hoffman is
she's the one who rolls. She rolls in the drink cart to the guys right at the beginning, to all the old rich white dudes, and is like, "Hey, I brought you some alcohol."
Yeah, she's got a
love
big
her.
role in that. And I didn't recognize that, obviously, because she's just 9 when she was an actress in this film. But yeah, when I was looking at IMDb, I was like, no shit. And that show, so that show, my brother-in-law told me about it. Like, you got to start watching this. I don't care if you don't like basketball, which, I mean, I do. I don't care if you don't like the Lakers. He's like, you have got to watch this. It is the most kind of like stunning cinematography / editorial / acting, breaking the fourth wall in moment. I mean, this whole thing, the cast is phenomenal.
Yeah.
So if you guys are listening, Winning Time: The Rise of the Lakers Dynasty gets 4 thumbs up from me and Greg.
Yeah.
And you're gonna
I agree.
My partner Kelsey was watching it with me for the first, we watched it together, and then she was just in Ohio over the weekend, and these come out on Sunday nights, and she was like, "Don't watch that until I get home."
Oh, it's reached that status. That's a huge status. That is, you get in trouble.
Cares nothing about basketball. At all. So that show's that good. And then I don't know if you ever watched this show, Shameless.
Yes, yeah. I actually watched the British version too.
Oh, see, I've never seen the British version. I loved Shameless, the US version, for as most of these types of series go, for about 7 seasons, and the last 2 I could have done without. But the guy in the bowling alley, Pow, who is flipping his toothpick back and forth, and then
right, yeah,
pounce on it, is the racist dad of the Milkoviches in Shameless.
Oh wow, yeah, that's right. I didn't even think about that. That is, yeah.
Like a young.
Yeah, he was really young in Uncle Buck. He was the one that comes over like after the sleazeball hits on her. Yeah. And then he comes in and he's really nice. Yeah, that's that. I just made that connection. In fact, the Gabby Hoffman connection I didn't make until you mentioned it, because I actually looked up Gabby Hoffman after watching the movie and had not watched Winning Time yet. So so that's crazy.
So before we get into this first clip, I forgot though the budget information on this.
All right.
So it cost these guys $15 million to make this in 1989, which is $35 million today. And so box office $1989, $80 million today. That's $188 million. So that's over 4 times budget made back in the box. So almost assuredly, I didn't look up the other John Hughes films. I mean, almost assuredly on the lower end of that scale, I would think, but successful nonetheless. All right. Well, you want to talk about a movie? You want to watch a movie? Oh, is this the part where we're not on Facebook? No,
we are. I think we're on YouTube and on Twitch right now.
Okay. I bet Sean didn't even put us on Facebook because he didn't want to have to trust me to go off Facebook.
Right. I have not seen us live streaming on Facebook because of the copyright issues. Do you want me to do the synopsis?
Oh, yes.
As well.
Over to Greg Lee for hold on. Over to noted Patreon supporter Greg Lee for his synopsis.
Nice. Very good. Thank you, Eric. As an idle, good-natured bachelor, Buck Russell is the last person you would think of to watch his brother Bob's 3 children. However, during a family crisis, he is suddenly left in charge of them. Unaccustomed to suburban life, he soon charms Miles and Maisie with his hefty cooking and his new way of doing the laundry. His carefree style does not impress everyone, though, especially his rebellious teenage niece, Tia, and impatient girlfriend, Shanice. With a little bit of luck and a lot of love, he manages to surprise everyone in this heartwarming family comedy.
You know, Greg, back in my day, a synopsis was 1 sentence, 2 tops. Where did you get that from?
Okay. I liked the original synopsis that was on here, right, on IMDb, but then I scrolled through like the user synopsises, and it was so much better. This is the synopsis on IMDb. Bachelor and all-around slob Buck babysits his brother's rebellious teenage daughter and her cute younger brother and sister. That's it.
Okay, but I feel like that's still better than what you just read to me.
I liked the other one better.
Movie Lovers 69.
It
69.
does. I love it. Yeah, exactly.
It's
so
too
yeah,
much.
I give credit. No, it's great.
That was heavy. We don't even have to watch the movie anymore. That person literally described everything that happens.
But you have to love that this guy included with a little bit of luck and a lot of love.
And a lot of love. That's a movie trailer shit.
It is great. I love that. So
in a world where Uncle Buck loves the Chicago Cubs,
you can almost hear the Peter Gabriel song Salisbury Hill.
Salisbury Hill.
With a little luck and a lot of love, Buck manages to surprise everyone.
All right, here we go. Here's clip number 1.
Your book bag doesn't go on the floor.
Oh, let's have a cow. Your nails are digging to my arm, goddammit.
Pick it up.
You're just supposed to open the door first. You're not supposed to kick us around. I'm an American. I have rights.
Maisie, did I kick you around?
No, but you said shit twice. But only once, for real.
I've got better things to do than babysit you, you little stain.
Oh, like what? Hang out with friends you don't have?
Why don't you just shut up?
Want to make me?
When our mother figure isn't here, I'm in charge.
I'm sick of you calling her that.
Too bad.
You moron.
It's Kevin McAllister. I know that movie came out a year later. Home Alone came out a year later. It is. You could convince me that these happened in the same world, where after this, they find out that Buck molested him, so he had to go live with a new family.
Oh my god!
And
then Buck went on to be a polka player.
Yeah. But like undercover, but he just because he's trying to get back to Kevin or something, they change his name and everything. But like it's the exact same phrase. I mean, I know we don't expect like little kid actors to like change it all up.
No.
But the cadence and the phrasing and the mannerisms are just the same kid.
It's not like he's a toddler Jared Leto where he's got to go into a method acting where he's going to get all moody.
Looking in the mirror and rubber bumpers.
I am so glad that Sean picked that scene out, because when I watched the movie, especially when I watched it today, I was like, damn, I didn't realize, I didn't remember how much children friggin' swore in the 80s movies. It is, compared to today, you kind of think that today's society is a little bit more free and open and liberal. No. Those movies. Watch The Goonies. I remember when my kids were really little, we thought it would be a good idea to put The Goonies on for them. And then you've got Corey Feldman, everybody going, God damn it, like 5 times in a row. And you're like, what the hell are we watching here?
Well,
but
I wouldn't have that problem because I watched The Goonies the same way that I watched Back to the Future, which was taped off of TV.
So you got the edited for television version. Yeah. Oh, gosh,
Honestly, before 10 seconds ago, had you asked me if there's any cussing in The Goonies, I would have just said no. Yeah, but that's just the way it was. Hell, we watched The Jerk for the show, and there's that kid riding around on that train with a shirt that just says bullshit on it.
I love it. That was the 70s and 80s, man. And you know what? Growing up in that time, because I grew up in the 80s, and it was like you don't think about it, that was a norm. And then there were people that just kind of weeded that out. We're not going to let kids. I think with the dawn of Nickelodeon and Disney Channel, they kind of weeded that out of our kids, where now our kids going to be nice and sweet characters. But you look at the 80s movies, even the John Hughes movies, go back to The Breakfast Club, for crying out loud. Yeah. These are teens and they're talking about some serious shit. So yeah, there's somebody in here in the chat said, hearing him say, damn it, was great. And it was like, yeah, it's like when he turns her around, he goes, God damn it, leave me alone. It blows my mind, man. I love it.
This one started off hot for me because there were a couple of little lines in here that, like, I would get a real kick out of here at the house. Like when she goes, people eat there, and the girl goes, people eat on plates. Like that's a me and Eller thing. And then what we just saw, where he's like what? Hang out with friends you don't have, was so great. What I did realize very early on is that this big sister, kind of a fucking bitch. I mean, hot. Like, they don't give her any redeemable qualities to start out with. And really, she doesn't ever have any redeemable qualities besides, like, we are all supposed to understand that teenage girls are just going through it and everything sucks and we should still love them anyway. That's the point of this movie.
I tell you that I thought, the thing with the teenage angst character, they've been doing that since the 60s, 70s. It gets worse as it goes. And it's still used today. I started watching the show with Courtney Cox and Greg Kinnear called Shining Vale. I can't watch it anymore because the teenagers are so insufferable, even though they're like 25. But they are so angsty and they so hate their parents, and it just gets old after a while. It's so cliche. But this girl, she is probably the worst I've ever seen in a movie. I would rank her in the top 5 at least. I got to the point when they're eating dinner, when they're eating the Chinese food, and she tells her mom, so this must have been really hard for you to cook this Chinese food, when she knows her mom ordered in. And her mom's like, we've all had enough of your mouth, or whatever she says. And the girl just looks at her and just glares at her. And then you see the mom's horror in her face. I would be locking my door if I was a parent at night to be like that. She's going to come in with a butcher knife and stab us in our sleep.
You're right. I mean, this is a device that is used all the time, and it's used because it's relatable, and that's fine. Right. I understand why. But generally, to do it successfully, you give the character some redeeming, just a glimmer that the person inside there isn't someone that you just want to get hit by a bus. Because what did I say? If she doesn't get hit by a car at some point in this movie, I will consider it a failure. And that was about 4 minutes into this fucking movie.
You see the clip, the way she treats her little brother and sister. And granted, I had an older sister. She was 6 years older than me. She threw me. It was so funny. Just a side note. So I'm a kid. I'm like 6 years old. My sister's 12. She's the same type of way. She's just always mouthing off, and she just doesn't like me whatsoever. And one day she decided to throw me down the front steps, and she just grabbed me by my shoulders and shoved me down the steps. So I fell down, I'm all scraped up, and I turn around, and at 6 years old, I yelled up, "Bitch, you're a bitch." So my mom flies out the door, and I think, okay, here comes my savior, because she saw that my sister shoved me down the steps. No, she picks me up by one arm and just starts beating the hell out of me because I cursed.
Watch your mouth, Gregory James Lee.
So I can relate to that kind of character, but man, it's so dark compared to everything else. They don't even give her a story like why does she hate her parents? Her parents seem to be nice people. That's the thing. They both work. They ordered Chinese food. If my mom had ordered Chinese food, I'd have been, woo, every night. Come on.
Yeah, I love Mugu Gai Pan. Give me some of that. I think that was the most shocking part to start with, was just like she comes in like a wrecking ball, like shot out of a cannon, just grade A bitch. And fuck, man. So that was hard to get around forever, for an hour and 40 minutes.
And she doesn't let up for the entire, like when Buck comes to stay, and you get with some of these movies where Buck, he's going to have to deal with the teenager, but man, it's like she gets on with her phone with her mom. And she tells him, he drinks and he left home with the kids. And you're like, oh my God, this girl's horrible.
A psychopath. Like setting up situations. I'm surprised she didn't accuse him of like trying to.
Yeah, he tried to tell you exactly. I was thinking the same thing. I thought when he's like, well, he drinks and he left the kids at home. I did expect her to accuse. And he's fingering Macaulay like Michael Jackson in the corner. It's horrible.
He brought his monkey. So that was shocking. And then, so we find out that like we get this like small introduction to Buck, and he's gonna go work for his girlfriend's like tire company or something, selling tires. And we get this big, if I could think of an excuse not to be there tomorrow that you'd believe, I would. And God damn it, Greg, guess what happens?
Yep. That was one of the best lines in the movie. The whole movie like starts off that way. And again, like we mentioned earlier, John Candy, national treasure. This movie does not work without him because there was so many, we saw, if you look on like the trivia, you see so many actors that were considered for this role.
John Goodman was one.
Robin Williams, Jim Carrey.
Okay, so if you turn this movie, this is what I was thinking was, we get a similar setup to this movie with Mr. Mom, where an unqualified adult male is now responsible for the kids, and hilarity ensues.
Yeah.
Except Mr. Mom was more hijinks. It was that he finds himself in these situations that he doesn't know how to handle, and that because all of us dads are idiots. And that's true. I just had my kids on my own for 4 days while Kelsey was in Ohio, with her sister visiting her mom. So like, I get it. I know that like day one was fine. There were groceries and like I had work.
I like the level that there was at least groceries.
There was food in the
I knew
house.
there were groceries. There were definitely groceries.
Eller had school. I had work. We're all just kind of doing the thing. But then like around 5 o'clock, mom's not here. And the kids are like, okay, what's up? What are we doing? I'm like, I don't know. What are we supposed to do? Like, mom's not here to tell us to get dressed to go, like, meet her sisters for dinner or go play with your cousins, or like even something like, why don't we just go outside? Like, that thought didn't occur to me. I was just sitting there frozen. And then, yes, as the weekend progressed, it just got worse and worse to where I would just look at him and go, we can't be at home anymore. Get in the car. We're going to Buc-ee's.
Yeah, I know Buc-ee's.
There's a Buc-ee's like 4 minutes from my house.
I would love to have a Buc-ee's near me. Just saying.
So
I'm in Ohio.
This, so like 90,000 square foot gas station, if not more. They've got all the snacks, they've got all the food, they got all the beef jerky and the sour. It's like a wet dream come true if you're going on a road trip. Like, stop at a Buc-ee's, super clean bathrooms and all this stuff. Well, it was just like, I know if I take them up there, that kills an hour of the time instead of me sitting here with my thumb up my ass going, what do I do with you guys? So I get the setup. The unqualified male is taking care of kids. It's just, I found Mr. Mom so much more kind of lighthearted and you kind of empathize with it. And I found this one, you're right, John Candy can pull this off. You'd have to change the script completely to like a Mr. Mom thing to make almost any of those others work.
Yeah, I totally agree. If there was any other actor, even Michael Keaton, Robin Williams, Jim Carrey, Robin Williams, the Mrs. Doubtfire thing works, but in this, it is that blue collar black sheep of the family that he pulls off so well. Even in the opening scene with Amy Madigan, his girlfriend, where she's trying to, hey, tell me you're going to be there. You believe it from him. Then when they show his apartment and the bowling ball hits him in the head when he opens the closet, it's just he does so well. And the thing that I loved about the John Candy performance, or just the identity of the man as a character, is the fact that when he gets there that he wants to do a good job, that he loves his brother. He wants to make his sister-in-law love him. You can just see it in the way John Candy portrays it. And that's what the only thing that carries this movie and makes it so much fun is he's like, I really want to do a good job for you guys. I want you to be able to go, because honestly, it's that John Candy character of lonely guy syndrome where he's like, I want to be loved, and I want you guys to bring me in. And I thought that out of all the, like I said, that's what makes it a watchable film, is because John Candy's so lovable in that role. When he comes in, it changes.
He was less of a buffoon than I remembered.
Yeah.
I kind of, going into it, again, not having seen this in 20 years, I guess in my mind thought he just comes in and is a bumbling moron who just can't figure it out. And, you can be unmotivated to do anything with your life and not be stupid, and so, but this was, like you said, it's a perfect marriage of kind of like this heart of gold. And maybe the guy just didn't want to grow up. I look back on that and it sometimes sounds pretty awesome. Everyone says they wouldn't trade in what they've got, but I mean, my brother lives in Colorado and he's like 42 and has never been married and no kids. And he seems to be getting along just fucking fine, doing whatever the hell he wants, whenever the hell he wants.
Yeah.
With no body to tell him that he's got to, get pants on to go do this or, go do whatever. And maybe deep down, he's cripplingly lonely, but it doesn't seem that way for my end. But yeah, I mean, you're right. Like, but I remember thinking like he's this, bumbling idiot of a person who, only by dumb luck is able to keep these kids alive for however long their parents are gone. And that's really not the way the movie is.
It's funny you say that, because it reminds me of when we see movies when we're younger. Because what I remembered from the film before watching it over these 2 weeks was I remembered the scene in the bathroom with the urinals that were right near the ground.
Yeah.
And I remember that in the trailer. And I remember the movie poster where he's trying to come in and everybody's pushing him back. And so my perception was of this character that was just going to wreck their lives.
Mm-hmm.
But the opposite, when you watch the film, is true. He comes in, he makes their lives better because of who he is as a person, that he is this guy that never had this. He never had the family dynamic. I mean, it could be very easily be your brother that comes into the situation and finds this family dynamic and he wants to be a part of it, and then it changes his life. Because one of the things I like it, and I don't want to jump all the way to the end, but right at the end when they put the kids to bed and he turns to his girlfriend, we should have done this years ago. We should have done this years ago. It tells him that this guy's he's grown as a person. When we go into the comedy drama thing and they do shoehorn the drama of the teen angst and the daughter, it seems a little forced. It just seems one of those things that it's a John Hughes formula that we've got to have this, but it's very anticlimactic. So I don't really care about her growth and that the fact that she loves Uncle Buck at the end, because it's so quick. It happens within a matter of minutes. There's she hates him and then all of a sudden she loves him. And it's like, But what I did appreciate was the John Candy growth, where he starts off as this guy, he's really trying hard. And then by the end, you see this where he's ready to start a family himself. He's really come out of that. So yeah, I like that.
Yeah, that redemption arc is what makes the movie. And, again, who better to pull it off than John Candy? And, Greg, all it really took was a little bit of luck and a whole lot of love. So,
exactly.
But hey, then the wife's dad has a heart attack. So getting into like why this is all happening. And
yes.
But they don't want Buck to watch. Maybe they'll get the neighbors. Oh, guess what? They're on vacation. Movie would have been a lot shorter had the Nevilles not been in Florida, but they were. So these people apparently only know their neighbors and their uncle. There's nobody else in the world, in their world. And that would be kind of crazy. Like if there are very few people, I think, that would have the fucking nuts to call me and say, I have an emergency. I need you to come watch my kids for some undeterminate amount of time.
Right.
I mean, probably nobody, because I have a family of my own and like a bunch of shit going on. But, that's a lot.
Yeah.
It's one thing when it's your own kids for that long, and it's a whole nother thing when it's somebody else's kids for that long.
Well, what the funny thing is like their grandfather had a heart attack. Are you not going to bring your kids? Well, I mean, what if grandpa dies? What the hell?
Only about 1 day later in real time and about 4 minutes later in movie time where, oh, you know what? He's actually fine.
Exactly.
Miraculous recovery.
And then they stay. But it's like they're in Chicago. Your dad's in Indianapolis. That's not very far. You can bring your kids with you. It's okay. You just left there. You used to live there. but it's like,
oh, and she goes, yeah. If my whole family moved away from me, I'd have a heart attack too.
That was
fucking piece of shit.
That was a horrible line.
It is a good thing that the Nevilles were in Florida, because I don't know if you know this about their dog, but he's a real ball sniffer.
He is a ball sniffer. I did love that. I loved Macaulay's delivery of that. I'll be honest with you, because we're going to get into our favorite John Hughes movies. I'm not a huge fan of Home Alone. I'm not.
Really?
And I'll get into that later.
Okay.
I'm not a huge fan of Home Alone. But I love Macaulay Culkin in this. And it's part of that is those lines. Like he's a huge ball sniffer. And then his dad's like, don't say balls. What am I supposed to say? I don't know what else to call them. And then they start talking for like a minute. And then all of a sudden Macaulay goes, nuts.
Yes.
I'll say nuts.
Yeah. Child actors, every now and then you find one that, I mean, just takes over like public consciousness.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, Shirley Temple, Judy Garland.
Yeah.
And I mean, my God, is there Fred Savage, I feel like, was a lot like that. But I think Macaulay Culkin, for his glory years, however long you think those were, and maybe that's really only 5 or 6 movies. This one, Home Alone 2, the one where he gets stung by the bees.
Yeah, My Girl. Yeah. He's great in that.
It was just this magical, like, I mean, you'll have popular child actors everywhere. You need kids to act in movies, but just one that like transcends even like famous adult movie stars of the like that he's just so comparable in like
Screech.
Public thought. Yes, like poor dead Screech.
Yeah. It's funny. It is. Yeah, I can appreciate him now. And one of the things I'm going to throw out there is an obscure reference is that I was not a huge Macaulay Culkin fan, except for maybe this movie. And even then, I really just didn't like him growing up. But later on, there was Jim Gaffigan got his own show, which was on, I forget, it was on an obscure cable channel. I can't remember what it was. I used to download it and watch it back about 5-6 years ago. And it was basically just Jim Gaffigan about doing his stand-up and all this other stuff. But what was really funny in the show was he would go out to a nightclub and Macaulay Culkin would be behind the bar, bartending. And Jim Gaffigan would go, hey, aren't you? And he's like, who? Who are you talking about? And it happened every episode. He'd run into Macaulay Culkin and he'd go, aren't you? And Macaulay Culkin would go, I don't know what you're talking about. And so he was playing himself not playing himself. And that shit blew my mind. Every time it happened, I got so much respect for him. I think I love Macaulay Culkin now more than I ever did because of the stuff that he has done to overcome the childhood. Sorry, because let's be honest. We know that game. We could talk hours about child stars who get to be an adult and they just get forgotten about once they grow up. And that sucks that we just let them go. I think our generation or this current generation does more for them now because there's a lot of nostalgia involved. But back, man, 70s, 80s, 90s now, once you were grown up, we didn't want you anymore.
Well, and not only that, but that we've also not prepared you at all for a life where that's a thing, right? So it's one thing that, look, you're a cute kid. There's no telling what you're going to look like or how good an actor you're going to be 15 years from now. We know that. Let's enjoy this. Let's get you set up in a way that if you have to go do something else later on in life, you're equipped to do that. But that was not on anybody's mind because this is a movie-making business, not a movie-making, mental health situation, society. So it's terrible. And you're right. I mean, history's littered with just, the Gary Colemans and the, that just, lose it. I mean, well, hell, everybody in that cast on Different Strokes just about had their own,
all of them. Yeah. All three of them. Yeah. It struggled. Yeah. It's crazy. And you get into any of the child stars from, even talking the 80s, go back to, if you've seen the movie Judy, I thought, actually, I'm not a huge Renee Zellweger fan, but I love her in Judy Garland. And they talk about when she was young and they're filling her with pills and trying to keep her going because the important thing was keeping the studio alive and keeping them people coming into the movie theater. Yeah. And that is the big thing. When they hit on it, they work them to death. The kids don't know anything. Look at like Corey Feldman, Corey Haim. Yes. These are guys that you and I probably grew up watching on movies and love these guys. And I like Corey Feldman, but nowadays he's a little bit off there.
You think? Wow, what a
he's got a little, I love him.
Unique viewpoint that you're bringing to the show tonight.
I'd give him
Feldman is a little off.
I'd give him a big hug. But I'd be like, I don't,
Like and look, I'm contrary to how the show may perceive me, I'm a very empathetic and sympathetic person.
Well, now's your chance on this episode. Is you're normally playing the sarcastic guy,
but this fucking Corey Feldman, right? I mean, first of all, I feel like he partly deserved it.
Oh,
because of this Michael Jackson obsession. Yeah. Like, I get, like, your life can go way off the rails and it can end up in a way that you weren't expecting and you're not ready to handle it. You're not ready to admit that you now are not what you once were. I mean, I get there's a whole whirlwind of emotions going on here, but that does not give you the right to dress up like Michael Jackson all the time.
Yeah, he
and
does.
Go on like morning television and do like Michael Jackson routines and dances.
I know,
and
it is bizarre.
Perm your hair to where you have that one curl in the front. Buddy, that's a bridge too far. And we care about you. And if you're out there, Corey, we hope you're doing better if you're listening in. But man, cut that shit out because that makes people not want to help you.
Right. And that is creepy when he goes on the Today Show and he dresses like Michael Jackson. You're right. But the thing is I one of the things I do, I'm not going to lie, is I watch like a lot of old 80s stuff in the mornings while I'm teleworking. So I've been watching like The Love Boat and Family Ties and all that stuff from the 80s that I grew up on, just because it makes me feel good while I'm working. And it's something I can have on and not worry about it. But I saw Corey Feldman on that when he was like 4 years old. And so this is all he's ever known is showbiz. And I remember him starting to do that in a movie called Dream a Little Dream, where he started to like his face would be pale.
Yes.
And he was doing a Michael Jackson impersonation. And it's like, it is worrisome because you wonder what the interesting thing is I'm watching the chat and they're talking about they're actually talking about some of the childhood stars that have done really well. And so when you contrast it with what we've been talking about, and I said this a minute ago, where some of the ones from this generation are doing a little bit better. Joseph Gordon-Levitt was a child star. He's doing great. Christina Ricci, she had her rough spots. Sean Astin. So I'm like, yeah, there's a lot of, I'm watching the chat. I'm like, yeah, these are all, young character actors that are doing so much better, because Sean Astin was in Goonies, for crying out loud.
Yeah. And then he's in this Lord of the Rings or something.
Yeah. And Josh Brolin was in Goonies as like a teen heartthrob. And now Josh Brolin's one of my favorites. Don't get me started. But but what's funny was that Electric Kitty in there in the chat said that I don't know, Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Macaulay Culkin are both 41.
No,
which is weird. So one went one trajectory and one went the other. So that's kind of interesting.
I do think Matt Culkin is kind of back towards more center. May still be askew slightly, but I feel like I've read lately that he's kind of just back to being a normal.
I do think. Well, he's married, just had a kid. So I think that honestly, I like I said, I made it as an obscure reference, the Jim Gaffigan thing, but I did think it was cathartic for him to do this character that made fun of his fame and was like, no, I'm not that guy. I'm just a bartender. No, I'm not this. And it started leading him to doing other things where he was self-deprecating. I'll be honest. I saw him on a season of the most recent season of American Horror Story, which was a vampire storyline. And he played this homeless guy that, if you haven't seen it, just watch it for him, because he plays this homeless guy that finds out that if he takes this pill and becomes a vampire, he can write the great American novel. And he's phenomenal in it. Just his little part in it, you can't take your eyes off him. He does a great job. So I think he's starting to get out of that.
I think we figured it out, Greg, is that if you're a child star and you're fucking going through it and you're off the rails all the time and you don't even understand like your own actions and why you're doing stuff, have a kid. And just watch the energy that you once had to put into being a huge dipshit will basically just dissipate within hours.
Yeah,
really.
No, minutes. I was explaining this to one of my kids the other day. They're grown adults now, and I was like, they were debating on whether they wanted to have a child or not, and I said that's fine. That's your choice if you want to have a child or not. But I will tell you this: I did not know love. I did not know the measure of love until my first child was born, and then when you see them for the first time, it's like you all of a sudden realize all that thing about how I would kill for this thing. I would die for this little baby. I would do it. It seems like schmaltzy if you don't have kids. You don't understand that.
Yeah.
And then you do. And so, like I said, I think you're right. Like with Macaulay, you have a kid. The world takes on a different meaning.
Yeah.
When you're in that, and I think for him that it has. And so sometimes that never saves him. Like we talked about Different Strokes. Being 80s kids, I watched Different Strokes with Todd Bridges and Gary Coleman and Dana Plato. And she never got the dream. She went into porn. She went and did all the. Todd Bridges became a drug addict. Gary Coleman, of course, did great. He was just a dwarf that died early, because he probably did the best out of all of them. But it's just it is a tough business. I would never want to wish that on my kids, to get them into Hollywood early. It's so much to overcome, yet parents force their kids into these roles, and there's nothing you can do about it because they want child actors, and it is a paycheck, but it's so hard to overcome and come out healthy on the other end. So, yeah.
Oh, the little girl from Matilda, I think she ended up okay. Mara Wilson. She was in Miss Doubtfire, too.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Being a normal human. Well, so Uncle Buck can do it. He agrees. He's not got anything else going on. We get the trope of all of the shit in his closet falling on top of him. That's been used in now 490,000 movies of the disheveled person who opens their closet and oh no, a set of skis fell on me, or whatever.
But in 1989, was it overused? That's the one thing that when I watch these movies, I have to go, is this cliche or is this like the birth of that cliche? I don't know.
It would be hard to tell. I'm going to look it up though, and we're going to figure out, oh no, what I do. Okay. So before we get into this next clip, I just want to say how I knew that this movie was made in 1989 and not in 2022, 2019, is that Buck went to the wrong house and he's pounding on the door yelling, and no one shot that motherfucker in the face like through their own front door before calling the police, before trying to find out or anything. They didn't just unload an entire clip into him. In fact, just kind of yelled across the street,
Oh, it's brilliant. Yeah, I love that.
Thanks for waking me up, and that was it. All right, let's see what we got next. Sean, hit us up.
Sean.
Money. I'll leave you blank checks.
Oh, no, please. I've got lots of money.
No.
No, please.
No.
Look, I got the money, please. I'd like to do this, all right? So, no, come on, will you, please?
Okay, I'll pay you back when we get home.
I won't have any problem cashing a second party out-of-state paycheck, will I? The reason I'm saying is I've been so busy lately, I haven't been able to do my banking, and I don't think there'll be a problem. Don't worry about it.
Let me just leave you the checks.
Well, only if it's comfortable for you.
That'll be easier.
I guess, sure. Do you have a plunger here while I'm thinking of these things for the morning? My plumbing is just so bad. Well, of course, yours is good plumbing here, right? Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, just don't worry about it. Everything will be fine. Just been bound up lately. It's driving me crazy. I've been eating a lot of cheese for some reason. I don't know what it is. I got a craving for this stuff. Think maybe that's an allergy or something?
Yeah.
I am so glad Sean picked that up, because that is one of my favorite moments. I literally wrote that down to discuss, because that is, I think, the because it goes on from there. It's like, do you think that's an allergy or something?
And it starts before that with I quit smoking cigarettes, and she almost seems like she's about to be proud of him until he goes on to describe his 5-step plan of, I'm on to cigars now. And next year it'll be pipes, and then
it's so good. But the cheese thing where he's like asking her if she has a plunger. Oh, it's brilliant. And it was like, well, your plumbing's probably good, but but I've been eating a lot of cheese lately. And then he says I'm like a big old mouse. I don't know what to do. But yeah.
And again, you think about there are plenty of actors with really great comedic timing, but there's just a timing plus kind of he's just a genuine person. I don't even think he realizes that this is untowards or not something you might ask somebody. In fact, he's trying to be thoughtful. I don't want to cause him nuts.
Yeah, exactly. He's just trying to, and I love before that when he's trying to act like he's self-sufficient.
Yes.
Don't worry about it. I've got it. You guys go. I don't need any money. She's like trying to give him money. I'll give you traveler's checks. No, I'm good. And then when she's like, okay, then I'll pay you after. Yeah. Then you see the realization hit him where he's like, shit, I have no money. I have nothing. So do you think they'll take a out-of-state second party check?
Payroll check.
And then that then she's like, oh, okay, let me just go ahead and well, if it's okay with you, then if you're comfortable with it, then go ahead. And that's just brilliant. And what it reminded me of, so I wanted to ask you this question because it was kind of funny that you brought it up before I even did, is that I think everybody that listens to the podcast, I think everybody in the world has black sheep in their family. And that's what this movie is a little bit about. These are the husband and wife, they're going away and they have to leave their kids with what they consider to be the black sheep of the family. There's the scene where he's going through the photo album and he sees that he's been folded up. That is such a big scene. Where he sees his face has been folded under in the photo album and shoved into the photo album where he's gone. He's just out of existence. And he has to deal with that. And it's kind of funny because I started thinking about it when I started watching about the black sheep in my own family. Maybe I'm the black sheep. I don't know. Am I the drama? I don't know.
If
Maybe
if you look around and you don't see a black sheep,
but you know, what's funny is that, you know, I grew up in kind of humble, you know, origins in Detroit, Michigan, joined the military. And I was the first one in my family to get a college degree, but I joined the Air Force first and then I got my degree. But my family was all that I knew really growing up. But then I got married and I started having kids, and you go to visit your members of your family and you're bringing this other part of your family now into your family. And I think everybody goes through this. And if they don't, then they're, like you said, they're probably part of the other side. But it was like, I always thought I thought all families drank that much. I thought all families had massive brawls at get-togethers, at cookouts and whatever. You know, you don't realize it until you see it through the eyes of somebody else. So I would take my wife to like see my family, and I don't want to get into deep into individuals in my family, but let's just say some people got drunker more than others. Some people were very vocal more than others. And then you start realizing that there are some members in your family that I probably wouldn't leave my kids in with.
Yeah, some
like
are a little handsier than others.
I don't want to go there either, but yeah, we've got video to prove that one. Yeah. So it's crazy. So do you have that in your family? You said your brother in Colorado, is he like that or is he just independent?
See, here's the thing, because of the difference in the way we were raised. Our family, as we've talked about on the show before, I mean, my immediate family, mom and dad, me and my brother, we were very conservative, Christian, church on Sunday mornings, Sunday nights, Wednesday nights, youth group on Tuesdays, church functions outside. My parents were, when we were littler, were what they called huddle leaders, which was like groups of 15 to 20 teens, that were your kind of small group Bible study. I mean, this was our entire lives. It was my grandparents' entire lives. They had retired, they traveled, and were very religious. So me and my brother were both black sheeps of the family simply by kind of doing the things that most other normal teenagers were doing. And we were, and like you said, you don't want to get too far into it because I know this isn't my own personal counseling session. But I mean, we were made to feel pretty worthless. And I think my brother and I both have some pretty long-standing self-esteem issues related to kind of this perfection or this ideal of perfection that we were brought up in, and made to feel like we were so terrible all the time, so sinful and so, just ungrateful. And we were good. My brother and I both were good kids. Now, my brother, maybe got more into the pot. I got more into the drinking. After I graduated from high school, went to college, lasted a year, dropped out before they could kick me out, moved back to Texas or back to Dallas, started doing bands, and then I'm out in bars 5 nights a week playing shows and just being an all-around general kind of worthless 20-year-old kid. But I look back on that and go, yeah, of course I flipped out through my whole 20s because I wasn't allowed to do anything. I thought everybody went to church 6 times a week for various reasons. I thought everybody had a 8:00 p.m. curfew that changed to 10:30 when I was a senior in high school. I thought all of this stuff, I mean, I started to realize it more as we got older, but so it stands to reason that my brother and I both kind of were like, the second we had any individual choice in what we were going to do with our life, any freedom at all, not only did we embrace it, but we strangled it to death, and just kind of went off the deep end. But my gosh, a little too much, maybe slept around some. Ryan, kind of smoked pot every now and then and just kind of floating through life doing his thing. Jesus, if that's the worst fucking thing that we did. So, obviously extended family, there's always the one aunt or the one uncle, my Uncle Lonnie, who we've talked about on the show quite a bit, for all the things that he's very bad at, he's very good at giving young boys back massages. So that's, one thing. What I'm saying is not everyone is bad at everything.
Right.
So sometimes even in a storm, there's a rainbow.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But
I feel you.
There were plenty of times where we were made to feel like we were the black sheep. And I look back on it now and go, no, you're just regular kids with an incredibly restrictive environment that, was almost impossible to navigate. You never really know, or me and Ryan never really knew what we were going to do or say that would send particularly my mom like into a, frenzy of guilt and passive aggressiveness and yelling, craziness. So aren't you glad you asked?
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that. So I've learned a lot. So I'll say that right off the bat. But the funny thing is that it sounds like we have a similar upbringing. I love my mom, but she was very, very ultra Christian conservative, and it was to the point where there were times where they would burn records at our church.
Oh, yeah.
And one day she went into my record collection and she pulled a bunch of records she was just going to burn. And I grabbed her before she got out, and she had the friggin' Eagles, the long run in there. I'm like, you're going to burn the Eagles. Who would burn the Eagles? They're not even halfway demonic. So you deal with that kind of instance. But I was the youngest, so I was kind of like the angel. So I didn't get it near as much as everyone else because I was youngest of 6. And I have 3 brothers, and it's kind of funny because 2 of them, are married right now. Have gotten married, have kids, and do all things. But I do have a brother who is like Buck, he's living with my aunt right now. He's taking care of her. He's not living off of her. He's taking care of her, and trying to, she's actually, she's in her 90s right now. So he's a good guy. And that's the thing that when you look at it, just like you said, when you're talking about, you can call somebody a black sheep and you can label them as being off the rails or whatever you want to talk about. But I think what this movie illustrates really perfectly is that even though Buck is considered the black sheep and his sister-in-law is ashamed of him, he is determined to make sure that their daughter does not get violated or assaulted, that their kids, that they don't get bullied or anything happens to them. He makes sure they have food every day. I do love make sure their dog is fed. How often do you feed that dog every day?
I like her response. How often do you think like that's some, again, because you have kids, that's some like your kids shit.
Yes.
Hey, Dad, how many cinder blocks do you think you could put on the car hood before it dents? Tell her, how many do you think? She'd be like, 5? Why do you think that?
But that's so beautiful when he's like, 4 or 5. No, once time a day. He went, okay, that's good to know.
Okay, yeah.
And do those plates cost a lot that you have in the front room?
Then I leave the toilet seat up for the dog. Oh, the blue water. That's okay. Right. Okay. So that's not good for them. Right.
But the thing is that, like I said, 4 brothers, we all have different stories. I mean, my oldest brother, he was a war protester.
What's the age difference between like?
Oh my gosh! Right now, so say I'm 50, and my oldest brother right now would be 67.
Okay, 7.
And so my So my next oldest brother is 9 years older, and then I have a sister that's 6 years older. But yeah, so we're kind of spread out, and then there's a brother that's 12 years older. But my oldest brother was like a war protester that had the leather jackets with the fringe on it and peace and love. Spent time in prison for, standing up for what he believed in. He spent like a year in prison. So he has a whole different story than the rest of us. My next oldest brother that was, that's 12 years older than me, when my mom went through crap and my mom and dad were getting divorced, he took me in for a little while to give my mom space and everything. So he took a lot of responsibilities on. Then my brother that's like 9 years older, he went in the Navy, he saw the world, did all kinds of stuff, but he never wanted to get married. That just wasn't his thing. He's always been independent. He's always been, this is my life. And so now he lives with our aunt. And to the outside, when you meet him, he's one of these guys. It's like an angry guy. If you want to talk to him, his politics are very, very vocal.
Yeah.
He has his own, but inside, just like Buck, and that's the thing that this movie kind of identifies with a lot of people. He wants to do good. Mm-hmm. He wants to, and so that's the thing that I think I really enjoy about the film is that the black sheep may not necessarily be as bad as you think they are. And at the end of the movie, that's where John Hughes kind of works that magic.
Has
where
his way, yeah.
Yeah. The teenage daughter that don't give a shit about what she's going through. Don't give a shit that her boyfriend is cheating on her with somebody else and they lock him in a car trunk. Yeah, that's all good. That's all good. But the Buck's journey, Uncle Buck's journey is much better, I think.
And if it were any other writer, director, I might almost think that was accidental, that the audience ends up caring more about Buck's arc than this so in your face situation that they weave through this entire movie. Like, okay, we fucking get it. She's terrible. Is she ever going to come around? But I'm certain with John Hughes that this was intentional, right? That there's this underlying conflict, but the bigger picture here is the Buck story. He's here for the first day, right? Already breaking dishes, but he's making breakfast. And this is the part of the movie, Greg, where I realized Tia, she's the oldest daughter. She's still a fucking bitch. And I hope she gets hit by a train. It started with car, and then as this movie went on, about this point, a car would be too good for her.
Yeah, I've never seen anybody worse. I've seen a lot of teenage angst in films. I've never seen anybody worse. Like I said earlier,
I watched Mississippi Burning and had more kind of... I had a softer spot in my heart.
I know where you're going with this.
I will not. But anyway.
Yeah.
But he's making breakfast for them. She's
I know.
She's, and he even says to her, I thought this was so, I like, obviously movies don't always have to be exactly how life would be. When you're going to make a movie like this line where he says, is there any particular reason that you're giving me such a hard time? Like, I appreciate that. It's an understated and I think probably kind of simple line that can be easily passed up, but that level of effort for an open pathway to communication is commendable. It's something that I think we don't take advantage of as often, and how much, I don't know about better, but how much different things might be if we just asked questions like that. Like, what is the reason why this is happening from your point of view? Not all the, craziness. And my God, if we're not inundated with information and everything's so loud, the whole world is so loud, and a simple, is there any particular reason why you're giving me such a hard time?
Right.
It just was so, I don't know. I found it really refreshing and a really interesting part of him as a person, and just kind of the movie as we move along towards what I hope is Tia's impending death.
Well, what's funny is it's an awesome point, because when you think about it, is there any point in the movie where Buck says to Tia, "You're a piece of shit.
No.
You're worthless."
No.
Everything that Buck ever says to that girl is uplifting. He always says shit to Bug.
Yeah.
You know, like one of my favorite scenes is when he's doing the, when the kid, you ever hear of a tune-up? And then he goes, you ever hear of a ritual killing? It's like, so he says shit to Bug, but never to Tia. He never says anything derogatory. He never calls her a slut. He just says, not on my watch. You're not doing this while I am here. If you want to get you, one of the things I love he says is like, get used on your parents' time.
Yeah.
But you're not going to do it with me. And then when she even tells him that she sold him out to his own girlfriend and lied, did you have a bad day? Buck just turns around and walks away. And so that, to me, is a theme in the screenplay, that the character, as they wrote him, this is how he was going to be. He was never going to be vindictive. He was always going to be that comfort. Even though you may have thought bad about him, he was always going to be a good guy.
Yeah, and that consistency, again, is kind of all of the irritating parts of this film notwithstanding, is kind of what keeps things pushing along, right? And it makes you, and we do get into more of this, it kind of makes you want to know how he is going to handle situations as they come up in his, like you said, kind of kind-hearted, not vindictive. I got real confused by Tia outside of the fact that she's a fucking worst character that's ever been in a movie ever, including American History X. Like, is she supposed to be 17, 15? At various times through this, they kind of age her up to fit some scene of the movie, age her down. Oh, you can't drive, so Buck has to take you to school. Age her, it was this, right. And I'm not saying that her physical age changed or that it was that part was inconsistent, but just more the way they treated that character was like, we need a teenage girl of some unspecified age to fill this scene.
Right.
And I just kept going, yes, I could see an 18-year-old acting like this, but not a 13-year-old. I could see a 14-year-old acting like this, but not a 17-year-old. It was this inconsistent thing that
I hear you. The actress does a great job of making you hate her, and it wonders, because if you look at the trivia, you see that John Hughes' first choice was Winona Ryder.
Yes,
and I think if Winona Ryder had played that role, she would have been much more sensitive. I don't see Winona Ryder playing it that angsty to the point where it may have been a better movie, to be honest with you. I think that would have been dialed back a little bit. And then I think we would have had more of a connection between Winona Ryder and John Candy. And it might have been taking it over the top.
I think you're
for
right.
me,
I'm going to write a letter to John Hughes and try to find out what he...
Good luck with that.
What? Yeah. Oh, guys, man, I didn't know that we were going to have to do this tonight. But if you're standing listening to the podcast, I suggest you sit down because we have some breaking news. No. You heard it here first from Jarrett Goes to the Movies live stream, minus Jarrett, add Greg. John Hughes dead at the age of 59.
Yes.
Back in 2009.
Yes.
So,
which is so young. I mean, seriously. I mean that's
and you wonder what work could have come from a mature John Holmes. You don't
mature John Holmes. Well, I'm sure there would have been some great work from a mature John Holmes.
I was thinking of a movie I watched earlier.
I think John Holmes would have given us some great work.
I think John Holmes died pretty young too, dude.
He did too. Yeah, he did.
I feel like, Greg, in my mind, I knew that at some point tonight I was going to say John Holmes.
The images going through my mind at John Holmes directing Home Alone.
And just knocking everything over. Boom, boom.
Oh, he is the boom mic.
Damn it. Well, John Holmes, so we hope you're doing even if John Hughes can't be with us tonight.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, he does drive her to school. We get this running gag with the backfire thing. Now, Greg, you seem like a handy person. Can cars, the way that they're built today, still backfire, or does like the computer inside your car keep that from happening?
That's a good question, because I've never had a car, a recent car within the last 20 years do things like that.
Because it's a trope, right, with the old 70s car.
Yes. Yeah. I actually had, now this is, I think it's a Marquis that he calls it. It's a Mercury Marquis, because I had a Mercury Marquis when I was growing up. It was like a 78, and it did that all the time. It just, those kind of cars, you could just keep running with baling wire and just keep them together with twist ties or whatever you get, duct tape, whatever you could throw in there, and they would stay running for a long time. And yeah, they would make those crazy, because you just keep them on the road. I love at the end when he's like, when his girlfriend says, I'm going to get him a new company car, he's like, no, the beast has got 100,000 more miles left in her.
My dad drove a olive green Pinto for most of my childhood. Maybe I was about the time I got my driver's license. He got rid of the Pinto, and no, it must have been a little before that. So he had got rid of the Pinto maybe when I was like 12. Then when I got my license, he bought my grandmother's Chevy Cavalier, 1984 Chevy Cavalier.
Nice.
For me,
classic
to drive. But you're right. My dad probably spent more time fixing that car than literally anything else in his life for those 10 years.
Yeah, and back then you could. And we got in the chat somebody that said that the new cars can be tuned to do that, but they won't come that way from the factory. So
yeah.
So new ones, literally they're built much better. I mean, back then, I almost say they're built much better back then now than they are back then. They were different. I mean, you have a lot of different type of mechanisms. You got a computerized engine. You got a lot of high tech parts, and I think they're kind of built a little bit better today. Safer. I will say this though. I will tell a personal story. I had a 78 Marquis, and then later I had a 78 Ford LTD. Right, this thing was like 4-door, and I was in a car accident with this thing with a Reliant K. I don't know if you remember these vehicles. They came out in the late 80s. They were very inexpensive, and they were made of aluminum. They were made of like what you make a soda can out of. And I drove onto an interstate, and right in the middle of like a traffic jam was just getting started. So it was like I hit the gas to get on the interstate, but all the cars are backing up, that kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
So I'm, gunning it to merge into traffic, and I don't see that all the other cars are going. And this car right in front of me just slams on their brakes, doesn't give me any time to slow down. And this 78 LTD I just plowed into the back of them. The Reliant K crumpled like an aluminum can. The LTD, like a tank.
Like an army tank.
So the police show up, and they literally walk over to the front of my bumper, and there was a little piece of rubber molding that had come loose. And then the cop just shoves it into place and goes, "You're good. You're good." So the body-wise, these cars were amazing. And engine-wise, I mean, there's things you could work on that then you couldn't work on now. And that's why I think it's funny when you look at this movie in a time capsule, that his beast, he doesn't want to give it up because it's reliable to him. He can keep it running.
But this is one of those reasons why, and I am guilty of doing it sometimes too, but there's not a lot that I hate more than the kids these days fucking thing. Like, kids these days don't know how to work on a car. Like, I can open up the hood to a 2019 car, and you tell me what the fuck a kid is supposed to learn about this. I mean, there are certain things that you can do for yourself. I could probably teach Eller to change the oil in both of our cars, to change a flat. I could teach Eller how to change the brake pads if I wanted to. Guess what? They'll change your oil for like $13.99 down here.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what it costs me to do it?
Yeah.
You know, $20 and a trip to Walmart and, 30 minutes out in the summer heat. Like, and they don't make them the way they used to. You can't just piddle around in your car like people used to. And so that's one of the things that just pisses me off is this, and look, hot opinion, and I don't know if you're going to agree with it or not, but these fucking people who are like, I mean, kids don't even know how to write in cursive anymore. I mean, what happens next? Man, fuck a bunch of cursive, okay? Because the kid will learn how to write. He knows his letters. And you know what I'd rather him learn than cursive is literally fucking anything that will help him out when he's an adult. Because besides writing checks, which I do twice a year, I have not written in cursive for
the twice a year thing got me. That's good.
30.
Yeah.
30. The last time someone made me write in cursive was the last time I wrote in cursive.
Right.
And I want Eller to learn about computer programming or I don't know, personal finance, which I never got taught in school. I would have much rather them taught me about what credit meant and what balancing a checkbook looked like.
Yes.
And all of this stuff than fucking
getting
cursive.
a mortgage.
Sorry, I don't have my parchment paper and my quill and, dearest Homestead, it has been a fortnight since I last received your letter. I hope this correspondence finds you well and that brother has gotten over his diphtheria. What the fuck? Like, there's no reason for that.
No, there's
and
not.
I can't handle it. But there are people out there. I mean, it's one of the reasons I had to quit Facebook. It was just the number of hot takes out there about kids these days. When kids these days, you know what kids these days are a product of? Their fucking parents. Me, you. We are the people who made the world that these kids these days live in. It's not, and even if cursive was important, which it's not and never will be ever again. Even if it was important, we're the reasons they ain't learning it because we decided for, whatever. So, like, y'all out there, quit with the kids these days shit, because it's the same thing that your parents were saying about the Beatles, and it's the same thing that their parents were saying about fucking Glenn Miller and this new use of saxophones and music. I can't handle it, whatever it was. And the generation before that wearing, onions on their belts because that was what was in style at the time. Or whatever. Fuck them. Like, every generation has the kids these days, and we need to stop the cycle. Let the kids be fucking kids. They're doing the best they can in this bullshit of a world we created for them. So let's just give them a fucking break. Back to you, Greg.
You gotta take a breath now.
I'm wound up.
It's like Clark Griswold. Hallelujah! Holy shit! Where's the Tylenol? No, the thing is, it's the truth. I mean, I learned cursive when I was in school, and it's not done me any good. Today, if I wanted to write in cursive, I can just go in Word and change the font. And that's all I got to do if I want to write in cursive. So it is meaningless. Back then, it may have thought to have some meaning to it, but no, it's not. But that's just one example of everything, like you said. Things change from generation to generation. Technology makes things obsolete. So we have to kind of back up. One of my kids the other day we were having a conversation and we were talking about the differences between wanting to have a job that pays well and having a job that you value. And being a child of the 80s, my first instinct is have a job that pays well. Have a job that you can support your family. That was what we were taught growing up.
Mm-hmm.
We grew up in the Reagan era where it was capital was king. That's you've got to be able to take care of your family. So you sacrifice a lot. You don't live for your dreams. You live for your children. You live for your family. And so you have to get into this thing. What do I do in today's world? So if this generation, and here's the thing, is if this generation says, look, for me, it's more important to do something that I'm happy with and get less money and then have a happier life and have a family life that I'm more proud of than to make a ton of money, then that's what's important to me. And what made me laugh, though, was I said, that's great. You go on ahead and you do your thing. Just be prepared that when you get to be my age, that your child goes, fuck you, Dad. I want to make money. I want to do my shit, because that's the way it goes. Everybody has got their own thing that drives them. And so, we've talked about this movie quite a bit. And I'm starting to move it up my list a little bit because it has a little bit more about society than you think when you start really peeling back the onion on this film.
I was just going to say the same thing. It has a little sneak attack to it that once you start, thinking about it and talking about it, because I agree with you. It wasn't even on my list of top 5, which we'll get to here in a little bit. But I could see it replacing one of them. We'll jump through this. I just had a note here about it. We do finally meet Bug. Well, we talked about the wedding picture and him being folded out.
Yeah.
That scene is a real kick in the heart.
It is.
And that's a universal, you kind of, maybe you're a little bit of an outsider, but you don't realize quite how much and how much they must despise you to do something like that. That was really powerful. We meet Bug for the first time. I think the biggest red flag for Bug, besides that he's just a teenage boy, that's every red flag that ever could be combined into one. But a teenage boy who wears a beret.
Red flag.
Kind of goes back to that Corey Feldman thing. Like, you can be pretty much whoever you want to be as long as it doesn't, inhibit others' happiness or, it cause problems for other people.
Yeah.
But I think acting like Michael Jackson all the time and wearing a beret, again, it's a bridge too far. I think it says a lot about you as a person that you would choose to do that.
Yeah.
And so the second I saw him, I knew I wasn't going to hate him as much as Tia, but I knew that so far on the teenager scale, we're 0 for 2 on likable teenagers in this film. I did really like and again, I keep saying this, but I have a 7-year-old, and I think Macaulay Culkin's like supposed to be around this age in this film, maybe a little older. But I have a friend at the crime lab who can tell me if you brushed your teeth or just is some. And again, I keep saying because you've got kids that are older now. But you have to be like on your A+ quasi harmless manipulation game with kids, to get any type of movement in the direction you want. It's kind of like, I think gone are the days that you just beat them until they do what you want, and I think that's good.
That's a good thing.
In a different direction than that. So we have figured out that maybe hitting children till they do what we want isn't the right thing. But I don't think that we've bridged the gap into how you exactly get them to do what you want, just kind of like peacefully.
Yeah.
So this manipulation and creative stories about why things have to be a certain way or why you ought to do. Did you ever watch Arrested Development?
Yes.
So their gag was the guy who didn't have an arm. And so they'd be like, driving down the highway, and dad didn't want him eating ice cream in the car, but they did. And they spilled their ice cream, and then it causes a car accident, and the guy comes running up and his arm is off and all bloody. And he turns around and goes, and that's why you don't eat ice cream in the car. And he had set it up with his buddy, and it like kept happening.
Well, yeah, it's exactly what they do in the film. It's that the thing is you make a great point with the parenting thing is like you get this guy who you see the parents at the beginning of the film have no idea how to control their kids.
They're out of touch.
Even the parent, the one dad, Macaulay Culkin, show him how to use chopsticks and actually feeding his dad. Yeah. That is deliberate to illustrate that the parents have no control. And then you get this guy out of nowhere who just comes in and goes, I could call my buddy at the crime lab and he can check your toothbrush to see if it has toothpaste on it. And as soon as he leaves, the little girl goes, if that's the case, we need to start brushing our teeth for real.
Oh, so good. All right, Sean, hit us with that next clip.
All right.
What does he like to drink? The water?
Yes, he drinks water. I would keep some water out.
I've been leaving the toilet seats up. Yeah. Is that what the blue water is? It's not good for him, huh?
Oh God.
That might account for something. Nothing. Just an odd coloration out on the grass.
Buck, I just want you to know it makes me feel very scared to know that you're there. Thank you very much.
Okay, bye-bye.
The discoloration on the lawn.
It's just the delivery is so good. Well, that would account for yeah. But I love the mom. She knows she's in a bad spot.
Yeah.
And she's doing everything she can. To me, it is anti-cliche. It is to me. So I did well, the thing is I did for my master's degree, believe it or not. I'm a big movie buff, so I decided that when I got my master's degree, I would do it in something I'm interested in. I didn't even care if it meant anything. So I went to film school, and I did it for Arizona State, and so I did everything online, but I did for 2 years everything learning about making movies. And one of the things that I thought that was really odd to me when they talked about writing a screenplay was they literally teach you this. Every scene has to have, and this is what they teach now, has to have some sort of conflict. So every scene, no matter what it is some character either arguing or trying to get something from the other character. So what I like about this scene is the mother doesn't challenge him. She doesn't argue with him. You see the pain in her face because she wants to. She wants to go, you're a freaking moron. What are you doing at my house? But instead, she swallows it. You can see the tears. You can see them in her eyes. She knows that it's a shit show at her house and she can't do anything about it. So she's just going to say, thank you. And that really gets to me. Thank you so much. For what you're doing.
You're there.
So I think honestly. So my thing is for me, like when because I do write a little bit. I've been trying to write screenplays, stuff like that. I try to not follow those rules. I think that it's okay for there to be scenes in a film and in a story where characters genuinely do the admirable thing, like the mom does here. Where I think that really identifies you with you. You don't have to have conflict all the time. You can have joy. You can have some sort of sacrifice that makes it, to me, more important and more into the story. So Yeah,
I'm
like
looking at this list of movies that we have recently done because it's part of the notes package that we have here. I think a recent movie that we talked about that does just what you're talking about is Napoleon Dynamite.
Mm.
But without even getting into the merits of that movie, remember when that movie came out and everyone said, I don't even know how to describe this movie to you. You know, it was such a weird thing. And I wonder if that has something to do with it, that it wasn't an hour and a half, an hour and 40, 2 hours of just feeling like you're getting tossed from one problem to another. And the film gave you time to breathe, gave the characters time to breathe, gave in Napoleon Dynamite specifically, the scenery, the small town Idaho feel to have a kind of a life, a character of its own. You know, I wonder, it seems to me like there's something to that. I mean, I didn't get a master's degree in film. I do have a
well, I'm not
master's
trying to
degree in keeping it real, though. You know,
I'm not trying to be pretentious. I'm just saying this is where I get this from. I was taught that, and I was like, I don't. You know, when you're in school and somebody says, "Well, this is how it works," I'm like, I don't believe that. You know, I was taught that writing a screenplay, it was like you have the hook. Yep. So, and it changed the way I look at movies completely.
Really?
Because now when I watch a movie, I know that you're trying to hook me. I know watch any horror movie or any action movie. The first 5 minutes before they get to the credits is all about hooking the audience. So there's some innocuous scene where something big happens and then they go, ooh, and then the credits roll and then they either go 5 years earlier or they do that thing. But then now we're going to let the movie begin.
Has there been anything since you went through your advanced degree in film and filmography at Arizona State University? Has anything...
That sounds so bad. Sounds very condescending there.
No, I'm not. I'm just being funny. But since you went through that and know what you know and learned what you learned, and like you said, you're working on your own scripts and stuff, has there been a movie that you used to like that now you look at and go, well, that kind of, I frame this movie in a different way because I kind of see that it's too gimmicky, too tricky, too formulaic, too whatever?
You know, it doesn't affect the movies that I watched when I was younger because those still have kind of a nostalgia magic for it. Mm-hmm. It did ruin new stuff. Like I would watch something new and I could see the writing. And I didn't like that. When I learned about how to dissect the writing, I didn't like today's movies where I can kind of see what they're doing. I'm like, oh, I see what you're doing. I see, because it's when you go through the course, it's like you got the hook, you got the 3-act script, you've got, the stakes that are raised, you got the introductions to the world, you've got the stakes are raised, the stakes get higher, then they reach a climactic point where everything all is lost. It's a similar formula, even in Uncle Buck. You could even apply it to Uncle Buck, and it's got the introduction to the new world where Uncle Buck comes in this new world. The stakes keep getting higher. And that's the whole thing that they teach you is that throughout the course of a movie, that everything has to get higher and higher until it reaches a peak. And then the bottom falls out and then it all resolves itself and everybody's happy in the end. And that's the same thing in Uncle Buck that it does in most. So while it doesn't affect what I've watched in the past because I have that kind of rose-colored glasses of nostalgia to look through, it does affect like the new stuff I watch. But like when you see a movie that defies those conventions, you can appreciate it more. And that's what I like. Honestly, one of my favorite films of all time, Godfather Part 2. They don't follow those conventions. It is just telling the story as it is. You don't know where it's going to go. Not every scene has to be a conflict. It can be a discussion. It can be just whatever.
Do you think it's easier to do that in kind of an epic narrative like these really long Godfather movies than it is when you're packaging up a movie for an audience with the attention span that will last no longer than an hour 40? I mean, I bet you the market research shows, easy for me to say, that an hour 40 is, like a 3 minutes is the perfect pop song, hour 40 is the perfect movie. But then it's hard to write. It's hard to build space when the entire story that you have to tell has to be told. But I think the benefit that The Godfather had and some of these other, films that are longer is that you get room to breathe, or you turn it into a trilogy, or you're able to do whatever. And so
I think that's a great point. I think it's one of those things that with today's movies, it is, we do have a shorter attention span, not only because of Facebook, but TikTok and everything else. We want fast entertainment. And I'll be honest, even when I watch a new movie, if you don't get me in the first 30 minutes, I'm going to be on my phone.
I don't remember how long that Hateful Eight was that we watched. I feel like it was longer. Why are you laughing? Because that movie was good.
It is good. It is good.
All shot in one room.
Yes.
All dialogue, all character interaction. But I mean, it does fit some of what you're talking about. Stakes keep getting higher. And something grabs you, and but I think you can take that formula and turn it into something really brilliant. It's not like Quentin Tarantino isn't aware of this formula.
Oh yeah.
But to take it and do something interesting with it, maybe is even more impressive than just breaking all the rules. Because then you can just do anything you want, whether it's successful or not. But when you know the formula and you can make a masterpiece that still fits that, then that's kind of some next level space brain shit.
The reason I laughed was because Tarantino subverts. He's one of the few guys that can subvert all of the conventional modern movie making techniques. One of the things that they would teach you in modern movie making is unless somebody's in the middle of a monologue, no character should have more than 3 sentences of dialogue before the next character speaks. But Tarantino doesn't do that. If you watch a Tarantino film, like the opening of Inglourious Bastards, with Christoph Waltz, will speak for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
While he's sitting there, and it builds suspense. So he does something that no movie maker does. He's kind of the anomaly out there, and because Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction were such successes, he's allowed to do that.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. It's a chicken and egg thing, right?
Yes, nobody else gets away with that shit other than Tarantino, and you have to prove yourself to be able to do that. Some of these guys come in, and that's what they do. Look at J.J. Abrams, who does like the Guardians of the Galaxy and stuff like that. Everybody told him Guardians of the Galaxy was going to flop because nobody wanted a colorful sci-fi comedy Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
But he let somebody convince him to do it anyway. Now the guy writes his own checks as far as what he wants to do.
And then he spends half of those checks on lens flare.
Did I say J.J. Abrams? I don't mean J.J. Abrams. No, I meant, what's his name? James Gunn. Sorry, James Gunn. Not J.J. Abrams. J.J. Abrams,
not
again.
Peter Gunn.
Yeah, James Gunn. Yeah, not J.J. Abrams. Sorry.
Not John Holmes.
Exactly.
You're thinking of somebody way different.
Exactly.
So you're always thinking about him.
But J.J. Abrams is another one. Again, he did great with Lost on TV, did the same thing, and then could write his own checks, got his ability to redo the Star Trek franchise, then got into Star Wars. So similar type thing. The funny thing about Hollywood is if you make money, if what you do earns money, they will let you do whatever you want. You don't have to follow the formula. Yep. But when you're getting by and you're writing screenplays just to get movies made, you've got to follow that constructive
when
formula.
You're schlepping out romantic comedy after romantic comedy, just trying to get J-Lo and Owen Wilson into one. Then
have you seen that? Have you seen the new one?
No, am I supposed to? Have you?
No, I have. It was on Peacock. It was It was all right. I mean, it's just like everything else. You know what you're getting into with it. It was on Peacock. It was streaming free. We watched it. It has some laughs. It's like everything else.
You
There's
some
of those
with a little bit of luck and a whole lot of love. They can make it. These two.
Exactly. That's what happened. So it was good.
This dryer scene, washer and dryer scene.
Oh, yes.
The dirty talking.
Yes.
100% escaped my memory. So I was watching this scene for what might as well be the very first time.
Mm.
And I was laughing, and I was laughing, and I was chuckling. And then when he said, I'm going to shove my load in you, whether you like it or not, I just about lost my load. That was funny. Now, she says, she pulls the mace out. Greg, you ever been maced?
No. Actually, yes. So not like as an assault.
Yeah, sure.
But when I was in the Air Force, they put you in a gas chamber, which is a similar effect. So you do it just because. Yeah, so you have the effect of like pepper spray, so that you know what it feels like in case it happens in war or whatever. It's not a pleasant experience at all.
No, I asked because I was sitting in a bar one night, which often happens, and I'd had a bunch to drink, and I saw this woman. No, we were just hanging out, and all of a sudden, it was just like. I got a little tinge in my throat, and I'm like, and then people start coughing, and then then I'm like, what is going on? Our eyes are running, watery, nose is running, and some, ding dong over here is playing around with his wife's, mace that's on her purse thing while she's in the bathroom or at the bar or something, and sprays some into the air of this fairly small bar with not very good ventilation and just basically maces the entire room. And I mean, I was really mad at first because I felt like it had been done on purpose, but it was very disorienting. And that was just in the air. I cannot imagine someone just spraying me in the face with mace. And Greg, this is why, and you've been a long-time supporter of the show. I'm the only one on the show that has said, with the courage, I will not rape. And partly, it's because of the respect that I have for women and men. Partly, it's the respect that I have for the rule of law.
Yeah.
Certainly the golden rule comes into play. Do no harm.
Agreed.
But I also don't want to be pepper sprayed. But I think that that's a nice package of reasons not to rape. Now, have I been able to convince everybody of this viewpoint? No. I will let them. They're not here to stand up for themselves, so I won't call them out by name or individually. But you do know, once again, that Eric Dillow from Jarrett Goes to the Movies is the only one on the show who has publicly come out against raping.
That's good.
And
That's
so, good. I like you said, you weren't telling the story about the master's degree to, break your own arm, patting your own back, and neither am I. But I just think it's important, that we put that kind of stuff out into the world.
I'm with you. I wholeheartedly 100% agree with you. I do not want to be pepper sprayed.
Yes,
I'm with you.
Thank you. I do appreciate you.
That's
the rest of it, I kind of.
I just don't want to be. Yeah,
just,
I've been there. I know what it feels like. It's not
seems
good.
Like a lot of work. So,
the snot comes out of your nose. You just can't breathe. Thing. It's not. It's not
very
pretty.
Disorienting. Very.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Very maddening. I go play bowling now. I don't know what it's like up where you're at.
Yes.
Where I'm at, there is only one kind of bowling alley. And this is, there's two kinds. But the ones I want to talk about are these new bowling alleys that look like they were built in a early 19th century warehouse on the docks somewhere. And you walk in and there's no neon lighting. It's all these light fixtures with these fancy like Edison light bulbs and you go in and they hand you a pair of like wingtip bowling shoes, and you go bowl a couple games, and then you go to turn your shoes in, and they say that'll be $148.92. And I go, well, there was only the 4 of us bowling, and we only bowled 2 games. And like, that's right. What the fuck is going on, Greg, with fancy, like bougie ass bowling centers? Because bowling is great when it's pitchers of $2 warm beer. And this is an unpopular opinion, and I understand why, but when you used to be able to smoke in there, you just go in there, be a fucking trash ball playing fucking trash ball bowling, and maybe you don't want to go to the bathrooms at certain times in the places, whatever, because of the aforementioned rape situation.
Yeah, we
but
were
I
talking
mean,
about that.
bowling's better when the bowling alley is a piece of shit, when it's been there a long time, when even if you didn't see it happen, that someone has been murdered out back at some point in that bowling alley history. Like when you can rub your finger across the screen of the scorekeeping machine, and it's yellow from years of neglect and whatever, and nicotine. Like, that's good bowling. Are you on my side on this?
I am.
And are they doing this fancy bowling alley phenomenon where you're at?
You know what? There are a few places. It depends on where you go. I mean, you can find those hole-in-the-wall places. It was kind of funny because my daughter and I were having this conversation the other day where she was talking about trying to go bowling and just enjoy herself, but it was filled with families, and you had the kids that were doing the bumper bowling with the slides, and so everybody's doing it, and then they walk right in front of you when you're trying to bowl, and it's like there's no etiquette anymore. Where I grew up, there was Thunder Bowl Lanes, which was, I think every bowling alley is named Thunder Bowl, but Thunder Bowl Lanes, which was, it was that, like you mentioned, it was that you get a chili dog at the cafeteria area. You could eat right up to the frickin' where you bowled. You had to take at a certain point. Pitchers of beer. It depends on where you go. I think most of them, though, do have that corporate aesthetic to them. There's no more Big Lebowski type bowling alleys anymore, or like we see in this film, where where a young girl like Tia wouldn't be caught dead at this type of bowling alley. This is for middle-aged men. This is
man. You know what's crazy? We were talking about this Lakers show, Winning Time, on TV. It was around that time that like bowling on TV was picking up better ratings than NBA basketball. Before, I was reading about this, before like the Bird Magic finals, like that they were just showing the NBA finals on like tape delay across the country. Like, you couldn't watch it live.
Right.
And you really couldn't watch it at any convenient time. They would just like throw it on after whatever comes on after the infomercial, after Johnny Carson at the time. Like,
it come on late. Yeah,
craziness.
But yet Bowling for Dollars was a thing in the 70s. There was a TV show called Bowling for Dollars. It was a game show where you could go in there and bowl for money, and that was bigger than the NBA. And I'm not exaggerating that point.
Yeah.
The Bowling for Dollars in the mid 70s was bigger, and Name That Tune was bigger than the NBA in the 70s. And now that's changed quite considerably.
Well, but every person, even related to NBA basketball, 10 degrees of separation, ought to be thanking David Stern for what he did to that professional sport. Like, just took it from being on tape delay in the early 80s to, these $300 million max contracts for these guys.
That's crazy.
It's really nuts.
And yeah, bowling never achieved that greatness. My favorite thing is the guy that did the strike, and he went, "Who do you think you are? I am." I love
Is
guy.
that Pete Weber? It's Pete
Yeah,
Weber.
yeah, Pete Weber. Yeah. That's the biggest thing that ever happened in bowling was the guy that made the meme about bowling.
It makes me laugh every time that he got so pumped up by his own bowling.
I'll be honest.
He lost every sense of like how sentences are constructed. I wish I could get that excited about anything.
That's what I was gonna say. If I was into something so much that I became the pinnacle of that thing, I would do the same shit. I would lose my shit and go, "Who do you think you are? I am." That's what I would do. As I say, it's funny. Lucy Murray pointed out that you have to go to AMF if you want the old school bowling. So write that down, Eric. Write down. Got to go to AMF. And then Electric Kitty put in there, "I just want to go to middle-aged man bowling." That's all we really want. I mean, that's what I grew up with. Hey, so
there was a time, probably within the last 15 years, where I would have laughed at any one of my friends who said that they had joined a bowling league and that's what they were going to do with their Tuesday night. And now I go, how badass would it be if I had time to join a bowling league?
Oh,
So
yeah.
It comes around.
They have the silky shirt with bowling pins on the back. The guy.
The bowling team names.
Oh yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
Like you'd be like Fred Flintstone, man. You do the twinkle toes and go up there and just bowl your ass off. I like the silky shirts with the bowling pins on the back with the strike. Where the ball is that's a classic. That's what I want. That's what I want.
Totally with you. It's a great sport, and it's virtually impossible to get pregnant while doing it, as Buck so rightly tells us.
That is very good. Yes. Bringing it back to the movie. What else we got?
A lot happens through this, but I have a new favorite pickup line from this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like all-terrain vehicles? Now, listen, I'm going to defend this as a good pickup line. Okay? Because what it does, first of all, it's not overtly sexual. It doesn't make anybody kind of uncomfortable in that way.
Okay.
You also get to gauge the reaction to that very quickly. You will either receive, "What the fuck are you talking about?" So that's one thing.
That's where I'm at.
You might get someone, and so like you're not into that. You may get someone who goes, "My daddy had an '89 Bronco and it had a 454 and it had Positrack on the whatever," and I don't want that person either. But you might just get someone who goes, "What a fucking weird question. I love that. Never really thought about all-terrain vehicles." I think it's a perfect setup to figure out the kind of person you're talking to in that exact moment. It could be really close anything, but I think, do you like all-terrain vehicles is just random enough. And do you mean ATVs? Like little four-wheelers? Do you mean like what were considered sport utility vehicles 30 years ago? I don't know. Buck has to go to this horse race or something. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. Well,
horse race is fixed or something. Or...
So here's the thing. I think they had to throw in, because let's be honest, the horse race thing, the betting on the horses, is a throwaway concept. It's a throwaway idea. They had to throw something in that would make him fallible, where it's like, okay, he's got to gamble. He's got a weakness. He's got this thing. It's really like a shoved in there type moment where he's like.
And if anybody thought for even 1/2 of a second that he was going to go do that instead of the family stuff, they hadn't set that up.
Exactly.
That this would even be a decision he would.
It is a flaw.
Agonize over.
It is a flaw of the movie for sure. It's to me, it's like, again, when we talk the movie up on certain concepts, and others it falls flat, and this is one of the things where I think it falls flat, because there's like a couple of scenes where he's talking to his bookie or whatever on the phone, but you never see the bookie. They never explore it. So it's like, it's an afterthought. It's like, and then his girlfriend mentions, oh, you're going to go to the horse races. But yeah, like you said, he's never going to the horse races. He's always going to go look for his niece.
Absolutely.
So
you know what else is a disaster is this huge pancake.
I like the pancake. I want to make one.
If you can get that thing to cook through without burning both sides by the time the middle gets, I mean, I can only barely do that with just an actual, like,
with a real
normal sized pancake. And I don't know why half of them come out looking like they were flown in from a television commercial. I mean, they're perfect and there's not even any like blemishes. And then the other half just looked like, I don't know, one of the kids from the other sister made the pancakes.
Oh God!
Like,
I thought I was going to be the inappropriate one tonight.
Like they look
the
like
kid from the other sister made the pancake.
I don't understand. But all I'm saying is, when you scale up to that size, there is no way that it works out. Matt, you should have seen the toast. They could hardly get it.
But I love how he like takes a snow shovel and flips it over. It's actually brilliant. And I was like, man, I would love to be able to do that. But the thing is, he's got 3 kids to care for you, and he's making this giant ass.
Then he does, because they zoom out, and here is an entire stack of them with.
I know what
dripping off. And Greg, the price of syrup these days, I don't even know to think about.
I'll tell you. I'm going to make a confession right now. I made French toast for the first time in my life last weekend. I'd never done it.
And?
Never.
I mean, you've eaten it before.
Yes.
You liked it enough to try it.
Exactly. And my wife, I've been married since I was 21 years old. So my wife always made it. And I didn't want to bother her. She'd been sick, and it was like, you know what? I'm going to make my own French toast. But nobody told me that. So I looked it up online, because you can do everything online.
Sure.
And I'm like, I got the vanilla extract, cinnamon, egg, milk, beat that shit, and then dip your bread in it, put it in the pan. No one mentioned that you have to keep stirring the mixture because the egg coagulates. No one told me that.
Okay.
So the first 2 I did came out excellent. The third one, all the egg kind of congealed in one spot, and I put the bread in it, and I got fried egg. I got fried egg on bread. It literally, when I put the bread down and then I flipped it, there was a fried egg. Like, what the hell?
And you're absolutely right. They should tell you this, because
they need to keep stirring that shit. Yes.
There's no way that I would have thought to keep stirring. There's already enough going on in there.
Exactly. So I did 2 good ones. I did 2 good ones and 1 bad one. And it was, and I'm not going to lie, I ate the bad one because it was like, hey, egg on toast. It was the same shit.
It's fine. I mean, it's all the same
syrup.
food.
It's good. It's good.
It's not maybe what you had in mind, when you started,
exactly.
But that's fine. So they hire this clown, or the mom does.
Oh my gosh, the clown.
With the dildo jokes.
Yes.
So another little fun cast fact here. That clown is in an episode of The Office. I don't know if you watched The Office.
I've seen the clown before. I've watched The Office. Of course I watched The Office, but the clown I've seen before, so I'm trying to think of what episode of The Office he was in, because I've seen him in other stuff.
There is a pushy insurance salesman
who
comes into the office and tries to get Michael to buy insurance and says, you never know, your warehouse might burn down, delivery truck. His name is John Grotti in the show, and Dwight and Andy are tasked with. They think he's in the mafia, so that guy is the mafia insurance.
Okay.
Office. This is while Jim and Pam are on vacation for their honeymoon. Anyway.
So I looked him up because I'd seen him in other things, and when you said that, it reminded me of something. Do you know he was also Joe Mentalino from Dumb and Dumber?
Yeah, and he eats.
He was the guy with the He has to take the ulcer pills all the time.
A joke, man.
they kill him. That guy is hilarious, and he's one of those character actors that always did mafia films. He was always a hitman. And
these guys must be total pros. How do they know I got cast?
Exactly. Yeah, so he's great, and his scene is just his bit cameo when he starts giving Buck the business. He's like, "Listen to you. Do you know who I am? I headline birthday parties all over this place."
It's like Poopsie the Clown or something. I forget what his name was.
It was like Pooter, something like that. And then he just knocks him out, and then just puts him in his mouse car and sends him on his way. Oh, it's so good. Oh, no, but that guy is hilarious, man. Yeah, Pooter the Clown is just one of my favorites. Yeah.
So we find Tia making out, but they're gonna go get ice cream, and this is where Buck says that he's always glad to have a hatchet around, not to kill, but just to maim. And then there it is. So this is where you mentioned before, Tia is gonna get him back. She's gonna ruin his life. Now, this is the part where I had hoped that Tia would pull a Kobe Bryant and die in a horrible helicopter crash.
Oh my God.
Because a car seemed too nice. A train seemed like it might go too quick.
Right.
Helicopter, it's happening for a while. There's a fear, and then you hit the ground.
Right. So you don't want her to suffer. You want it to happen quickly.
This is only what I wish would happen at this point in the movie.
Okay.
I get progressively more invested emotionally in how she eventually dies.
Right.
I'm hoping.
Yeah. Your imagination. Yes.
Now, spoiler alert for those listening who've not seen that she does not die.
No, unfortunately.
And in fact, I suppose the theory exists that we're supposed to feel like we loved her all along or something.
Yeah, whatever.
She's just misunderstood. But no, she's just the worst. They just didn't really wrap her character up. But you talked about the little small urinal thing.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
That's a classic scene from this. I think if you ask somebody, like, what's your favorite?
What do you remember?
Book? Yeah. They would remember that. And the way he comes into this assistant principal's office, you'll hear on 5 Questions a little question about that. You either heard it already or you will hear it later. There's no way for us to know as we sit here right now where Sean's going to put this into
somewhere.
Dude, you know what? You are right. He will put it somewhere. But
I will say this. Hold on. Speaking of little urinals, I have to go to the bathroom.
Okay, let's take a little break, and then when we come back,
just a little bit, we'll finish up. Yeah,
2 clips left, and we'll pop on to the end.
Sounds good to me. I'm having a great time, but I've got to go to the bathroom.
All right. Bye. Go pee.
All right.
It's fun getting to the bottom of one. It's fun getting to the bottom of one. White Mountain Cooler, keeping it light, cooler, crisp and refreshing. It's got the taste that's always right. It's fun getting to the bottom of one.
Original and new orange. It's time for a credit card that gives you a better deal.
The Discover Card.
With the new Discover card, you don't have to pay an annual fee. In fact, we pay you with money back on everything you buy. Money you can apply against your balance. From a member of Sears Financial Network. Look for more information in the mail or in national magazines.
Clint Eastwood and his son Kyle.
Oh.
They're stepping out.
You'd like to go down to Nashville with your old Uncle Red?
Living life on the edge. Passing down a legacy.
Gonna stay at the Grand Ole Opry?
And fighting for a dream.
I don't think you have any shells in that shotgun.
Not a bet. It's an unforgettable network television premiere.
That's the life of a country singer.
Honky Tonk Man. 1 week from tonight.
Why change a good thing? That's what I asked when Oldsmobile redesigned the Delta 88. Oh, then I drove it. Wait till you see how it handles. There's front-wheel drive, too. But inside, plenty of room to stretch. Our Delta 88 is the family car that didn't forget the family. Some things never change.
Borrow the car, Dad?
Some things never change.
6.9 financing on new Delta 88s. Finance rates will be higher as length of contract increases.
Irons are now Black & Decker. Travel line that goes in style. Keeping fresh press every mile. Black & Decker. Self-clean iron, you can't go wrong. Nothing else will work as long. Irons are now Black & Decker. And here's a line, if you leave it on, it goes beep, beep. And if you don't return, nothing's gonna burn, cause it turns itself off. GE Irons are now Black & Decker. Black & Decker.
SOS introduces a glass cleaner that really works. Glassworks. Glassworks made with vinegar instead of ammonia cleans better than Windex. New Glassworks with vinegar cuts through the toughest greasy smudges faster and easier, so there's less work for you. And everything you clean is shiny and streak-free. New Glassworks made with vinegar cleans with less work. Maybe it works too well.
You're a part of me. You're in a catch-up. Touch the heart of me. You're in a catch-up. Every single day and every way I feel how much you are a part of me.
Your cat's a big part of your life, so make Purina Cat Chow brand cat food part of his life. It's all the nutrition cats need to help them live healthier, happier lives. What's more, veterinarians recommend it most. Purina Cat Chow, part of a healthier, happier life.
Superman 3. Tonight's ABC Sunday night movie will continue in a moment.
2 years ago, ABC brought you one of television's most highly acclaimed dramas.
Daddy, he makes me have sex with them.
On Monday, the Emmy-winning Something About Amelia, parental discretion advised. And now, from the same producers, an extraordinary new movie for the whole family.
Why does God hate me?
If ever there was a hero, it was Alex. The more her prospects dimmed, the finer and stronger she became. Alex, the life of a child. Wednesday.
TV5 Eyewitness News Brief is sponsored by Radio 11, WWWE.
I'm Roger Moore. Severe weather has hit parts of Ohio tonight. Tornado warnings have just been lifted in the Crawford and Richland County areas. We do have reports of some damage around Marysville in central Ohio. American journalists got their first close-up look at some of the damage done to Libyan military bases during last week's raid by U.S. bombers. The targets were heavily damaged, but cameras were not allowed inside the area thought to be the hardest hit. Now this.
Ever get the feeling some radio stations have a bunch of clowns reporting the morning news? Switch to Radio 11. We're all news, all morning.
In the Force Beat Baltimore, details at 11.
Excuse me, did you know that Wendy's now has breakfast sandwiches for under $1? It's breakfast under $1 at Wendy's. 3 start-the-day sandwiches at a special low price. Fresh egg and cheese now only 69 cents. Or bacon, egg, and cheese now only 99 cents. Even sausage, egg, and cheese still under $1. So hurry to Wendy's and get breakfast for under $1.
Wheel of Fortune, weeknights at 7.
Now we continue with Superman 3.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
What's taking you so long?
There's one taste that just can't be duplicated.
Michael, you just don't look yourself today.
Diet Pepsi. Taste that's generations ahead.
I don't want to do this.
It'll be great.
I'll be scared.
Just think how glad you'll be when you're all done, and maybe we'll all go to McDonald's.
I'll be glad when I'm done. I'll be...
Hey.
I know Sean always waits for those to finish up.
And how long do those go? How long do those go?
Apparently you can only upload clips to Stream, what are we on? StreamYard that are 10 minutes or less. Oh no, what did I do?
I don't know. What did you do?
My monitor went out. Now it's back.
Oh, okay.
So it will only run for 10 minutes, and when it ends, it'll just come back to like this. So if we don't so when we're all in the studio, like someone's there to like play another one if we take a long break, but I had to like haul ass outside and haul ass in before the thing ends. But where are we at? Oh, okay. So the small urinals thing was a big part of this.
Yes.
This conversation that he has with Maisie's principal is the best, I think, is the most heartfelt and like key takeaway for me from this film. And it's something that I say all the time. Like, yes, you don't want your kids to be absolute terrors. There's got to be rules in place, but God damn it. Your whole life from 22 to the day you die is filled with so much bullshit. Some of it is great, and a lot of it is just stuff you don't want to do. It's an obligation, it's work, it's just the fucking worst. It's worrying about things that are in your control, outside of your control. It's all the thing, and you get one time to be 6 or 7. And
hell yeah,
man, let those kids. I mean, I said I take the kids to Buc-ee's pretty regularly, and usually later in the evening. Probably they should already be in bed, but it's just a nice treat for them. And I mean, I just tell them, go get dressed. And if Eller comes down in a Sonic the Hedgehog onesie, or Greer puts on whatever, I do not care. If your heart is full because Eller has a Buc-ee's onesie that he wears into Buc-ee's, like he's the mascot of the place, and people love it. But man, the pressures that people put on kids to be little mini adults is unreasonable. And I loved this scene. He just gives it to her, and gives it to her hard, and not in the sexy way, Greg. I know that's what you were thinking.
Okay, I was going to go there, but I was going to ask, do you have the scene?
No, we don't have it.
All right, cool. I didn't know, because you were talking about the scene. Metal 89 says that scene has the best line in the whole movie, and it is. It's one of those monologues that if that monologue is not in the film, it would suffer as a whole, because it is about this uncle who, again, he doesn't know these kids. That's the thing you got to take from it, because how many times after he gets there does he have to be reminded of their names?
Right. But I think what it also does, I mean, you're right. It's a foundational part scene in the movie, because in addition to what you're saying, I think that there's a part of this. Everyone's looking at Uncle Buck as this Peter Pan type character who never
grows up.
But I think that this is kind of one of those turning points of his arc, where he's talking about kids being kids, but also starts to realize he's an adult. He should have more responsibility than he's been taking on, that, you know, there is more to a well-lived life than just only doing what you want when you want to do it.
Exactly.
The hell to everybody else. And that anybody listening who has kids knows that, what do they say? The days are long and the years are short. And there are plenty of times where I get the kids to bed and I just go, I don't know how I'm going to do it all again tomorrow.
Right.
And then you wake up and your baby is 3 and you go, I'm getting dangerously close to the part of life where I don't ever pick her up again, you know, and that is, it's powerful. I mean, that whole scene, you know, I just get chills just thinking about it. You know, I'm getting in this weird, I've got a 13-year-old, I've got a 7-year-old, I've got a 3-year-old. I don't necessarily recommend, they're not 17 years apart like you and your siblings. I don't know that I don't know
there were
that
6 of us, so yeah.
I don't know that I recommend 10 years between, and I don't recommend having your last one in your early 40s for sure.
No,
I had a lot more energy way back when Zoe was much younger. But I'm getting to that age, and the kids are getting to that age where they just don't need your help as much.
Yeah.
And you want them. I mean, obviously, when they're babies and they're in diapers and you just, oh my God, you just wish that they could just do one goddamn thing for them fucking selves for once in their goddamn lives. And then they just start telling you, I don't need your help putting my clothes on. I don't need your help. And you start going, well, then what am I here for? You know, and obviously you're here to guide them into what you hope is a successful adulthood, as compassionate people with a good work ethic. You know, those are 2 things that are really important to me. I don't really necessarily care how smart my kids are. I don't really care, you know, how athletic or musically talented. I want them to work hard, and I want them to be compassionate people. And that's different for everybody. You know, the things that are kind of your key, you know, building blocks for how you're raising your children will be different. And that's okay. But, you know, I recognize the need to continue to guide them in that. But then you start going, well, I mean, I could help you tie your shoes if you wanted me to. Well, they don't want, I mean, you know, you must have a perspective on that. You know, your kids are, how old are your kids? I mean,
well, my oldest is, hold on, let's go here. 28, 25, and 22.
Yeah.
So my oldest is getting ready to be 29 here in September. And it is, it's kind of funny, like you said, that I remember something. It sticks with me, and it really it brings about this feeling of regret. Because I talked about earlier how when my first child was born, you get this overwhelming sense of, the first one comes around, you're just like, I've never loved anything like I love this little thing. And then you get 2 more, which I'm lucky enough to have, and you're just like, they become the center of your world. And I love my wife, I love my family, but I will never love anything more than I do my children. And what's funny was I was living in England. It was about 2002, and my youngest was 2 years old at the time. So they were 3 years apart. So there's 2, 5, and 8 at this time. And I took him to Legoland, to this amusement park in England, and I'm videotaping them with the cassette recorder. And this British lady comes up to me, and she just says, she's like in her 50s, and she puts her hand on me, and she's like, tape everything you can, because it will go by so fast, and then you won't have anything to remember them by at this age.
Yeah.
And at the time I was like, whatever, because in the time when you're young, I'm in my early 30s. I'm like, I got through. I'm just trying to make sure they don't die.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to keep them alive.
Everything is a triage at that age. Yeah.
I'm trying to make sure they're happy, that they're fed. And then it stuck with me because now I have a good relationship with all of my children. One of my kids was in here tonight in the chat. My two youngest, I just went to the IndyCar races with, and we spent a whole weekend together, had a great time. I'm always on the phone with them, but they're adults. My youngest is getting ready to graduate college in May, and he's going to go out and do his own thing. And it is. And so when you watch these movies now, they take on a whole nother meaning. When I was younger, I thought Uncle Buck was like a nice slapstick comedy. And now you watch John Hughes movies now, and it's like, wow, I'm looking that through a whole nother perspective. So yeah, it does change your mind on the thinking. And that's why what's so funny was like when we talked about the teen angst, right? I remember being in high school and identifying with the teen angst character and being like, and not to say, Black Power, but I'd be like, you go, teen power. You're right, and the parents are wrong.
Yeah.
And now you get to another age, and you're like, wait a minute, the parents were right.
Well,
the kid's a brat.
And even when they're not right, this is a conversation that I've had with my dad. We've talked on the show. I don't speak with my mom. It's best for everybody involved, including my.
I understand that.
To not be around a complete psychopath.
Yeah.
But I have talked to my dad, usually when he comes down to babysit, when we would go to the bar, I'd come home drunk, and then all he wants to do is get in his car and drive back to Oklahoma. And I accost him on the way out because I've been drinking in a loving way. Like I just get chatty and talkative,
God, we have a lot in common, dude. We really do.
Said to my dad, like, I understand now how hard it was. I mean, everybody does. You're a kid. You don't understand what the fuck your parents are thinking. You have kids of your own. You understand what the fuck they were thinking. But I've told my dad, like, I think our childhood was a little screwed, and I can't appreciate everything about the way we were raised. And I'm not one of those people who can say, well, it just made you the person you are today. Like, I could still be a quality adult human without having to have all of this baloney as a child.
Right.
But I have told my dad, I get it, because you just don't really ever know if the decision you're making is the right one. When I have to diss the kids, then I later go, am I just being like my mom who, raked us over the coals over every little goddamn thing we did, never made us feel like we were any good. So I'm like, Dad, that you did the best you could, and whether I appreciate it or not. And he has said, there are so many things that I would have done differently. And my gosh, what a common sentiment for every parent, where you just go, I mean, I can think of kind of generalities that apply to, and I can think of specific instances with each of my kids where I go, I would change that one exact thing because I know, for example, it made Eller feel a certain way,
right.
That I don't ever want him to feel, and it's worth it. And, but anyhow, but the heart, there is a heart to this movie that you don't pick up on as a kid, because as a kid, like you said, it's slapstick and it's just kind of funny because your parents know everything. And then here comes this guy who, doesn't know anything. And that's fun. And you almost even think, like, oh, I kind of wish Uncle Buck would visit my house, and we had big pancakes and, this funny stuff. And as an adult, it has an entirely different heart to it that a lot of movies don't have. Now, a lot of John Holmes movies and John Hughes movies do have that. do have that heart about it.
Right.
But there are, plenty that don't. We're about to get to this phone call, but I think like right before that, the girlfriend and Buck are talking, and they talk about how the boobs were Mickey and Minnie. And then they go,
gosh.
Felix,
that
is what we called your
yeah, it's one of the best lines of the film.
I had
Because
considered,
he's like, what do we call those dimples on your ass? And he's like, one of them we called Lyndon and the other one we called Johnson.
I asked Eller last night because Kelsey didn't get back till today. So I asked him last night after Greer was in bed if he wanted to watch this with me. And of course he said no, because there's an entire world of Minecraft videos on YouTube.
That
don't involve sitting down with your old man and watching a 30-year-old movie.
Yeah, exactly.
Or 40-year-old movie, whatever. But then it kind of gave me that Shrek vibe, where Shrek is a kid's movie.
Yes.
But Shrek has these like little bon mots that only an adult would get. And so obviously this scene happens, and in my mind, I immediately go, oh, well, I'm kind of glad Eller didn't watch that part. And then immediately go, he wouldn't have got that.
No.
I would have chuckled,
What's so funny is there's so much other stuff, like Macaulay Culkin saying, God damn it, you're hurting my arms, God damn it. And then all the shit, you said shit twice. And so when you get to this, and instead of saying Felix is what we called your, and then they go meow, it's like, why would you bleep that? I mean, it's crazy what their standards were back then, but it is a great line. And can we talk a little bit about, because we haven't yet, how great Laurie Metcalf is in this movie?
Yeah, and fresh off of
starting Roseanne, and she was actually very young and pretty good looking, but she plays this bizarre neighbor that it becomes obsessed with Uncle Buck. I thought, to me, when she came into the picture, just the washing scene, the washing machine scene, where she freaks out, but then she becomes intrigued.
Yeah.
And then she just wants a part of him. The scene when she's trying to get him to dance is probably one of my favorites of hers, where she just keeps like spreading his legs and she's rubbing herself against his thigh. And he goes, what are we doing? Dirty dancing?
She goes, yeah. No, she was
brilliant.
Great in this. And I actually looked, I was like, was this, a little before Roseanne started? But it was just, I mean, she had just started doing that, was doing this. So she was perfectly cast for that as well.
Just not a large role, but just enough to where she was just really good in it. And it's when you piece this whole film together, that's what it's about. It is these little moments, like the moment where he's talking about, do you have a plunger? Because I eat a lot of cheese. When I watched it today, it was like the first time I watched it happen, I was like trying to dissect it. And today when I just let it happen, I was like, you know what? This is a really funny film. It may not be the best film ever made, but if you want to watch a film that's just going to make you smile, then this is one of those films.
Well, we have alluded to it, so why don't we, before we get into this next, we've only got a couple left.
Yep.
I had talked to you over the last week, and I thought maybe it might be interesting for us to list our top John Hughes movies.
Yes.
And then one that you don't particularly care for.
I'm with you.
So I will start at my number 5.
Okay.
Actually, I'll just go 5 through 2.
Okay.
Sounds good. Do the same. Then we'll talk about our number 1, and then we can talk about our last place. So in 5th place on my list, I have Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Okay.
Now, take this with a grain of salt. A lot of his movies I am familiar with, but have not seen. So, like, I'm almost certain I've never seen 16 Candles all the way through.
Okay.
And some of those. So, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, number 5. Number 4, I had National Lampoon.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3 and number 2 for me could easily flip-flop depending on my mood. But I have on my list 3 Weird Science and 2 Mr. Mom.
Oh, wow.
Those could flip. Weird Science is interesting because of all the movies that I was not allowed to watch as a child because they were an abomination to the holy living Spirit of Christ that lives within us all. I was allowed to watch a TV recorded version of Weird Science, which was probably about as risque a movie as I was allowed to watch most of my childhood. I have a strong place in my heart for Weird Science. The Chet character, just the whole thing of it. I remember the bras on the head. You know, that's a huge one for me. And Mr. Mom, that my parents did watch that one when we were little, so I saw that one growing up and have a new appreciation for it being a parent, and we recently watched that one on the show. So those are my 4 leading up to 1. Anything on there surprise you? Any problems with that so far?
No, not at all. The only difference we have is while I like Mr. Mom a lot, it was one of those that was on HBO while I was younger, so I didn't see it in the movie theater. So what I saw in the movie theater is my top 5, and my number 5 is Weird Science. I saw that as a teen in high school, and it was like a teenage fantasy, building your own woman. So I'm like their age. That
ends up looking like Kelly LeBrock.
Exactly. And so I'm like their age, and I'm dealing with the whole early age of computers. I so identified with that film, and it was, and then the older brother Chet. Got to give it up to Bill Paxton in that movie. He makes that movie with the older brother Chet.
Yep.
Gets turned into a warthog. My number 4, I put Vacation, but it really could be all the Vacation films, which John Hughes, people don't realize he wrote them all, including Christmas Vacation. Clark Griswold, growing up, was a staple in my life, because it was the 80s. Clark Griswold was the 80s. He was the dad of the 80s. And even though I might have identified with Rusty as being a teenager, as many Rusties as there were, because there was like 4,
you had to age them out.
Yeah, exactly. I love the movie. I think it's like the Vegas Vacation where he goes, "You kids change like every 3 years." It's brilliant. But so Vacation is just a staple. It's just a brilliant film. Maybe not my favorite, but something that I really loved.
Yeah.
Number 3 for me is Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. I saw that in a movie theater in 1987. Even though I love Weird Science quite a bit, it was one of those moments where I saw it in the movie theater. I was 16 years old, and it was a very large screen, and I'm talking a lot of people in there, and it was so much laughter between Steve Martin and John Candy that you could not even sometimes hear parts of the movie. And I'll never forget that, because it was an experience. Everybody was laughing together, and there's so many moments. And then, and I'm not going to denigrate Uncle Buck, but unlike Uncle Buck, which is a great movie, it's got heart, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles has so much more heart to it, where you realize John Candy's wife has passed away.
Yep.
And it takes on a whole nother meaning. And then all of a sudden, it's not funny anymore. Now you're emotionally involved in these characters. I love that movie. That's why I named it number 3. And my number 2, going up to number 1, again, saw it in the movie theater, high school kid, and I identified more with Cam than I did Ferris, but it was Ferris Bueller's Day Off. I was Cam. I was the kid like, you can't touch my shit.
Yeah.
You're going to get me in trouble. And I had friends like Ferris that were beautiful. Yes. And you wanted to be like them. And I hung out with them. And I love that movie because I really honestly, because I identify with Cam so much. I wear a lot of times a Steve Eiserman Red Wing jersey. Now he wears a Gordie Howe because of Cam, because I love that character so much. He's neurotic. You know, there's parts where he's laying in bed and Ferris is like, get up. And I had that. I had moments in my life when I was in high school where I had friends call my house. Get up, we're going out. No, I don't want to go out. Yeah, we're going out. Get up, I'm outside your house right now. Get up. And it was great. So that's my number 2.
Well, I had an honorable mention for Ferris Bueller's Day Off. I couldn't relate to it really in any way growing up.
I understand, yeah.
Unfortunately. But I do appreciate that. So, man, you kind of already touched on this. So this is going to be something else. But my number 1 is Home Alone.
Oh, really?
Listen, man, that came out when I was 12.
Yeah.
I mean, I watch it every time it's on. My kids now watch it every time it's on. Ask to watch it, and not just around Christmas. I can probably quote that movie from beginning to end. I think the Daniel Stern and Joe Pesci, 2 of the greatest comedy villains that have ever been in a movie, the Wet Bandits. I think, and maybe when it came out, you were a little older and it was just a kid's movie. But to me, I mean, that one met me right at the place that I was at the time in my life. It was a clean enough movie. Although, again, towards our teenage years, we were kind of had a little more freedom than we had as kids. But my parents liked that movie, so it was one that was accessible to me. I could watch it anytime I wanted. We had it on VHS, like bought it, didn't tape it off the TV, had a VHS of it. So, Home Alone for me will always be the number 1 John Hughes film.
I understand everything you're saying. I think that it's all valid. Everything you say is all valid. And you see it a little bit in Uncle Buck and every other one we mentioned. Here was my problem with Home Alone. And it's not a big problem. It's just that I was late on the train on Home Alone. It came out in, I think, 89, 88.
Yeah, 80. No, this came out in 89, so Home Alone was 1990, I believe.
90, okay. So I'd been out of school for a couple of years, and I was doing my own thing, and I wasn't going to the movies as much. So Home Alone came out, and everybody said to me, this is the best movie ever. Oh, this is the funniest movie ever. Oh, and I just kept getting this build up. You know how that is?
Yes.
It's like, this is going to be so awesome. You're going to love it. So I'm like, all right, I'll go see it finally. I didn't have a great interest because I didn't want to see a movie about a little kid.
Yeah.
So I go into the theater and I sit down and I don't mind Macaulay Culkin. I'd seen him in Uncle Buck. But it was like my 20-year-old or I think 19-year-old person was like, bullshit. This kid, no one's going to leave this kid at home alone. That wouldn't happen. What parent would do that? And so many people had built it up in my brain that it was so slapsticky. It was so slapsticky with Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern. And I liked them, but I was more of a Marx Brothers and not an Abbott and Costello guy growing up. I liked more mental humor than slapstick
to be a little
humor.
More cerebral.
Yeah. So I'm like, there were parts I liked, like the John Candy moments and some of the Catherine O'Hara stuff. But the Macaulay Culkin, Joe Pesci, where he burns his head, I was just sitting there like, I hate this movie. Now, I don't today. That was my 20-year-old person, because you look through things through different eyes. At the time, I walked out of that movie theater and I went, I don't see it. I don't see why this is a great movie. I think it's okay. It had laughs, but I don't see it. As I've gotten older and I have kids and I watch it with my kids and I see it through their eyes, then I go, I get it now. I get that it's a good Christmas movie. And now I actually like it. I like it quite a bit. I can turn it on Christmas and I'll feel really good about it. But then my 19-year-old self was like, well, this is nothing like Ferris Bueller.
I think if you think about the best 5-second clip of any movie that ever existed, maybe you think it's Empire Strikes Back, where Darth Vader does not say, Luke, I am your father. But, that's a really powerful, I'm your father. If you put Daniel Stern's scream when that tarantula gets on there, I'm voting for that. I think it's one of the best 5 seconds in all of cinematic history.
I understand. I do get it. I do get it now. I didn't get it then. It's not in my top 5. I would say, like with Uncle Buck, it probably would be a little bit above Uncle Buck in my realm of John Hughes movies. It would be above it, but it wouldn't be my favorite. Like Christmas Vacation would be above it because that, again, John Hughes, same type of theme, laugh much harder. Even though it's slapsticky, the thing I love about the vacation movies is that dry humor, that underlying stuff where kiss my ass, kiss your ass, the stuff that always gives. Because John Hughes had an incredible talent for not writing just slapstick, just like in this movie, like Uncle Buck. He wrote these lines that were intelligent humor, where he's talking about the cheese and binding up your plumbing. My number 1 John Hughes film of all time, and I'll stand on this hill until I die, is The Breakfast Club. It just, for me, as a teenager during this time, I went to see this movie, and I wasn't Judd Nelson. I wasn't Emilio Estevez. I was a little bit more like Anthony Michael Hall. I was somewhere in the middle, of that. Mm-hmm. And then you had Ali Sheedy, who was the emo girl, and then you had the cheerleader. It hit everything. It was, to me, in my opinion, one of the most perfect John Hughes movies, probably one of the most perfect movies ever made, because it balanced those 5 different identities in one room. And it was not only funny, and you have the principal coming in every 5 minutes and just disrupting it. It was not only funny, it was real. And at that time, if you were a teenager in my lifetime in the 80s, everything they talk about makes perfect sense.
Well, I can
you
appreciate
knew kids like that.
That you framing it that way.
Yeah.
Which is why I hope that you can appreciate that very last place on my list of John Hughes films is The Breakfast Club.
Oh, I absolutely
which
love it.
I watched for the first time when we had a friend of the show, Anthony Michael Hall, live at Lava Cantina. We watched that movie with him, and I watched it sometime prior to that for the first time. And boring, not funny even a little bit, unrelatable thing that I have ever sat through in my entire life. Again, I was a 40-year-old man watching a 30-year-old movie about teenagers for the very first time. I didn't get it at all. And obviously, I am way in the minority. I understand that. I can accept and appreciate that, because the number of people who filled up that Lava Cantina to watch this film with him there, it was sold out. He was a great guest, and but it was all I could do, because obviously when we have these guests on, you can't just bash the thing. It would create an uncomfortableness that our show isn't necessarily
of course
you
know how to play the game.
And so but my fucking God, I just kept going as we're watching it there with all these people, and I'm I'm watching people react to it. I'm watching him react to it. I'm watching people laugh and hold their loved ones a little closer, because we all had this experience together. And I was just like, man, I do not get this even a little bit.
And it's kind of funny, because we talked about that with everything else, with like music, and we were talking about that earlier, with the same type of relatability type scale that you have depending on your generation. And for me, when I first saw it, when I was that age, as of all these kids in that room, in that detention room, and it was just like, wow, I'm that guy or I'm that girl. Mm-hmm. And I feel so relatable to it. So it's not for everyone, but it is for a certain generation. And the soundtrack is great, and the principal is hilarious, the guy that does it. So, yeah, for me, it was hard. When I looked at everything, the top two for me was Ferris Bueller and Breakfast Club, because Ferris Bueller was the fantasy of how we wanted our teen life to be in the 80s, and The Breakfast Club was how our teen life was in the 80s. And so it had those two things. Ferris Bueller was a fantasy. It was, I would love to be able to steal a Porsche, drive it around Chicago, go to a Cubs game, get away with everything in my life.
Yeah.
That was the fantasy. Breakfast Club was that hard reality. I'm on detention. It's a Saturday. I'd rather not be here. And we deal with all that stuff. So
sure.
As far as me, if we want to talk about John Hughes bad movies, I don't find many bad ones. I did make a list of my worst John Hughes movies, but that was more later in his career when he kind of got out of touch, like we all do when we get older. Pretty in Pink, Some Kind of Wonderful. I wasn't a big Molly Ringwald fan. 16 Candles. I think they're good movies. I find them entertaining, but they're not my favorites. His worst ones were like, I just got a list here. Beethoven. It was slapsticky. Didn't get into it. Dennis the Menace, Just Visiting, which is a horrible film. Baby's Day Out, and Home Alone 3, which Home Alone 3 never needed to be made. Home Alone 2, good. Had Macaulay Culkin, all the good guys, fine. Home Alone 3 is horrible.
If you're in the business of making money on movies, you would have been crazy not to make a second one. The third one,
yeah.
And
they bring a whole new kid in. It was basically, trying to dig for more money and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But honestly, all those though, Beethoven through what I just mentioned, even Curly Sue and all that.
Yeah.
You can throw those all out because that was later in his career. It was, early to late 90s when his heyday was those 80s movies.
For sure. And if you even mention the name John Hughes to anybody, no one is thinking of those films.
No.
They're only thinking about really the subset that you and I kind of just went through. Love them or hate them, but those are the ones that people like. Well, I appreciate that my least favorite one and your most favorite one, that we able still be friends, I hope.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Okay.
No, I will say, though, there are two honorable mentions that I had. I could not fit into my top 5, but I felt if we were talking about John Hughes movies, deserved a mention because I watched them both again last week to go, are they really, really that good? Or do I just remember them being that good? Mm-hmm. And one of them was a movie with called Career Opportunities. And it is Frank Wally, who is a slacker that is one of the first appearances of Target in a movie.
Uh-huh.
So he is, if you've never seen it, give it a try. You might like it. It's an obscure film, but John Hughes wrote it. Frank Wally.
I have used that film in one of my trivia movie rounds for a John Hughes round. And is there a scene where an adult woman is riding a
horse, a mechanical horse? Jennifer Connelly.
Yes.
It's worth watching just for Jennifer Connelly alone.
Yeah.
So she's the spoiled rich kid who she falls asleep in the dressing room at Target and the doors get locked and Frank Wally is like the night janitor. So she wakes up and they're the only ones and they're locked in. They can't get out. It's not a great film by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a John Hughes film and it has those moments. There is a moment in particular where Frank Wally thinks it's funny to dress in drag. So he puts on a woman's like a wedding dress and he's roller skating through the Target. And it's one of the funniest things you want to see. It's really a good film. It's not the greatest. It's about 80 minutes and it's a throwaway comedy. 2 teenagers locked in a Target, whatever. But I like that. That's an honorable mention. And honestly, I number 6 on my list that I couldn't get into the top 5 is Dutch with Ed O'Neill. Ed O'Neill in Dutch, where he picks up his potential stepson. I don't know if you ever seen it.
No, I haven't. I'm familiar with it though.
Yeah. No, you'll laugh your ass off. He has so many scenes in it, if you like Ed O'Neill, where he picks this bratty kid up, similar to an Uncle Buck, where the girl is just so full of teen angst. The bratty kid in Dutch doesn't want anything to do with Ed O'Neill, and he's got to drive him from, it's a travel movie, like Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. He's got to get him to his mother and try to win him over. Mm-hmm. And it's a brilliant film. It's funny. It's got a lot of laughs to it, but it was right there on the outside looking in.
All right. Good list, Greg Lee. Excellent perspectives as always.
So somebody in there said, Pretty in Pink in the chat said, Pretty in Pink and Breakfast Club have great soundtracks, which is true.
That is true. His movies kind of known for that. All right, Sean, clip number 4. And then we only have 2 left after that, and one of them's the end. So we are cruising right along. Oh, I got to click this. Here we go.
Hello. Hi. May I please speak to Buck Russell? It's a friend of his, Shanice Kovalowski.
I'm sorry, Shanice. He's not here right now.
Well, can you tell me when he's going to be back?
He went out with Marcy, the lady who lives across the street. They usually stay out pretty late. Do you want to leave a message?
No, there's no message.
This fucking bitch. I hope she gets eaten by a bear. Because getting eaten by a bear means you know it's coming, and it's painful, and it's happening while you're still kind of like with it, and there's still nothing you can do about it. And as we get further into this movie, I feel like that's what she deserves.
That scene where she, sets up the possibility of Buck cheating on his girlfriend is probably one of the most vile things she does.
Yes.
But it does lead to the dancing scene that we talked about earlier, where his girlfriend shows
and
up.
Then, you know what? Hey, Shanice, just let yourself in. I mean,
she does. Though she does knock on the door. Hello. And she walks her ass in thing. So
I know that's what I would do, is just, walk on in. So there's a, hi, Shanice.
I do love, I don't know if again, I don't know if this is in the clips. I love how John Candy continues dancing. He's doing the little boogie.
Yeah.
And he does it for like a minute before he looks over and he's like, hey, how are you doing?
He goes, well, that seems bad. But I would take that Bronco she was driving. In a second. So Marcy got to go home, and so Tia, of all people, you just can't find any way to be cool, can you? It's like, now I hope she gets strangled by a homeless man.
Oh my god.
I mean, the man doesn't have to be homeless. It could be an unhomed person of any gender. I just wish that she would get strangled, because then there's a real fear. Like, maybe I'll get out of it. Maybe I won't. Who knows? Maybe the police will come. Maybe they won't. But she sucks. She is the worst. She hurts when someone screws with your life, doesn't it? He's not screwing up your life. He's trying to keep your idiot 15-year-old self from getting knocked up. And listen to me, Greg. I am 1,000% on the side of female sexuality, and like, when Zoe is older, there will not be a single part of me that ascribes any of her value to her sexuality, whether it's with a lot, or whether it's with a few, or whether it's with women, or whether it's with men, whether it's with both. That is nothing to do with the person that she is, nor should it matter at all to anyone ever. men are studs when they sleep around. Women apparently are whores.
Yeah.
It's the fucking stupidest thing ever. However, Tia, you're 15. So let's just chill out. But this fucking smarmy, like, you don't even know what having your life screwed with is.
Oh, yeah.
Parents are obviously off. It's set up that way. You know, what... literally the worst character that's ever existed in a film ever. And I didn't remember this from earlier. Maybe like you, I was like, yeah, right on, sister. You know,
yeah,
idiot adult boss. But this, it almost ruined this movie for me. Not because she's a bitch. Having characters who make you angry in films is wonderful. It gives the viewer something to react to. It gives the filmmaker and the writer someone to kind of put things up against. You know, every protagonist needs an antagonist. I get it. But you can't make them this shitty with no backstory as to why she's this shitty, no backstory as to maybe some of the things that we don't know about her that we might think, oh, okay, well, maybe she's just misunderstood. No, nothing that tells us anything about this one-dimensional flat character except she's the fucking worst that's ever been in a movie. And like you have accurately pointed out before, they do all of this to us and then expect us in the last 8 to 10 minutes movie
nothing.
To in a way where I'm just really glad it all worked out. I don't care if it works out for her the rest of her life. I care that Uncle Buck got
she's a fictional character.
I care. No, I wish that the actual actress had never worked again in Hollywood.
I don't think she did. I don't think she did. All right. So before I respond, I'm going to open this Miller Lite because I ran out of scotch.
Oh,
so I'm going to open this Miller Lite because it is Jarrett goes to the movie. So
Greg Lee's opening a beer.
So it's all good. So,
yeah, I mean, we're kind of get to the point where this is obviously wrapping up.
I tell you what, we go back to the beginning. There's that scene where they're eating the Chinese food and she looks at her mother and she gives her a death stare to where there's a deliberate scene where the mother just looks at her like, I'm afraid of you. And it was like, I immediately got this, I'm locking my bedroom door when I go to bed vibes because I'm afraid my daughter's going to stab me in the chest with a butcher knife when I go in. And that's the vibe Tia gives. So I think it's a little bit overkill. And like you said, at the end, it's a weird dynamic. I like the movie a lot, but it's this weird dynamic where you are, as a viewer, you are about 95% sure she's going to sleep with Bug. You know that's what it's been building to. So you go to the house party and, you got Buck going through there, which, by the way, we talked about it earlier in 5 Questions. Great soundtrack. John Hughes goes from rock to rap. So you got Young MC. You had Tone Loc earlier in the urinal
he was
scene.
So hip, wasn't he?
Yeah. And then he walks around and he's like, hey, who's this? Young MC? No, he goes, who's this? The Grassroots? The Grassroots? No, I'm just kidding. I know my music. And then he gets to the door and he busts in and Bug's already sleeping with another girl. So that's like, where did this happen? When did Bug pick up this other girl? And then immediately they show Tia walking along by herself.
They must live in the smallest suburb of Chicago.
So yeah, it is a flaw. It's a flaw.
If I started walking in Chicago somewhere and you had to start somewhere else, you'd never find me because Chicago is a pretty big city. Now, it's unfair to us as viewers what they've done with this character. I mean, I think and I hate to be critical because, again, John Hughes, obviously, a lot of his films have places in our hearts, including this one. And there are valid, redeeming qualities of this film that make it, I think, a worthwhile watch for people listening.
Yeah.
But this is either the world's worst act of oversight from the top down, from writing to editing to the reception of test audiences. I mean, everything. Or it was, and I think that this actually may be worse, it was unfair to the viewer.
Yeah.
And almost like, you know what? They won't ever notice. They won't ever notice that we put no thought into that. Just, you know what? Go ahead and release it just like it is, because they won't know. And I would love to think that John Hughes, when you think about all the careful care that he took to craft other stories and develop them, and the care and craft that he took to develop aspects of this movie, I would love to think he wasn't so vengeful towards an audience to kind of intentionally leave this in out of laziness or just this expectation that he's so much smarter than the audience that, will just suck up whatever it is he puts out. I mean, I don't know what the answer is, and I don't really know how many people outside of you and I have this problem with the film. But I can say that you and I, although we have talked over the course of a week about kind of the particulars of the way that this podcast would go, have not spoken at all about any of the content that we were going to talk about. And we came in here with very much the same, just, I don't like that, but a pretty strong reaction to whatever the fuck this was supposed to be.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was the shoehorning is what I'd like to say, is the shoehorning in of the emotional content. They had to create a character that didn't like Buck that he could win over, and he does so by emasculating her boyfriend. But what is really funny, and I've got to point this out, he kidnaps the boyfriend, puts him in the trunk, and then opens the trunk to make fun of him. But I think the boyfriend, Bug, has one of the better scenes when he tells him to say, "I'm sorry." And the guy goes, "I'm sorry." And he's like, he's not sorry. He's not sorry at all. And he starts yelling, "I'm sorry," sarcastically. To me, that's more funny. He's not begging for his life. He's not afraid. He's basically defiant. He's like, "Fuck you. I don't care what you do." So then he lets him go, and then he hits him
with golf balls. But listen,
it's irrelevant.
If you're going to round up every 15 to 18-year-old boy that just flippant moves from one girl to the next until he finds one that will sleep with him, have every trunk in the history of the world filled with some 15-year-old boy. Like that, I kept watching that going, for the level-headedness that Buck kind of exhibits throughout this film, even when T is screwing with his life, when, all kinds of things are happening. Like, this seemed to me way out of character. Like, you're going to kidnap a 15-year-old boy, and I understand the comedic value of it. It's not that, and I'm not a pearl clutcher by any means, but I'm just sitting there going, my God, what a crazy thing. Actually, I think we have a clip about this.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
Let's see if we
do it.
Yeah, Koblaski Tires.
Hi, it's me.
Buck, can't you ever take a hint?
Shanice, it's not about me. I got a problem at the house. I need somebody to watch the kids.
No, I'll tell you what you need. Your horse fixer's in town, and you need to get to the track. I ran into Raj. See, he told me all about it. The idiot had the nerve to ask me for a loan. What's the matter? You can't take children with you when you're going to cheat on a horse race? You got some religion out there in the burbs?
I came close. I had him in the car. Can we put our personal problems aside for a second? Tia took off on me. I was supposed to pick her up after school. She wasn't there.
What do you mean, she ran away?
I guess. I don't know. She's 15. She's angry. She's confused. And I need to find her. Can you help me? I'm really stuck, Shanice.
All right. I will help you because there's kids involved in this. But as far as you and I are concerned, it is over.
Another example of this phantom gambling problem that we're supposed to assume has basically overtaken his life and made him a non-functioning adult. But it shows up like once in the beginning, once in the middle, once in the end. Never once did I think that he was ever in danger of eschewing any other responsibility to go gamble. I mean, he does say in this scene that he had the kids in the car, but that feels disingenuous to me. Bad writing for that. And we did talk about a lot of the stuff that happens after that. So yes, he does the golf thing, and I guess that's funny. Oh, what does he say? I've been stringing out Charisse for years. I'm an amateur dentist, and has the thing. So you mentioned he picks her up. They go through this thing with a boyfriend, hit him with a golf ball or with bug. So we get to this last scene, or next to last scene, and it's the very typical kind of comedy, sentimental thing. Teenage girl is now spilling the beans to Shanice that she made up all of these stories, and Shanice still rightly has some concerns about Buck's ability to, be a persuasive boyfriend that can do the things. But man, I feel like they saved one of the best laughs for me for last when she says I don't think he's ever said I love you. And he goes, that's not true. I told you I loved you, and it wasn't for tires. It was for shocks, remember? Which I thought was like really funny. But they do their very best to... I mean, I guess, man, Greg, I don't know about you, but I go in and out of like, this is a very worthy movie, and in some aspects it is. And then the more we talk about other parts of it, I go, I don't know if I'd really recommend this to anyone for any reason other than you miss John Candy and want to see a legend at work again. That's about the only thing I can think,
It's weird is that it is a good example of a good John Candy film as far as his performance. But I'm gonna throw something out there. There is a movie that he did it's right before he died. I want to say it's around the 80s, late 80s, called Armed and Dangerous with Meg Ryan, where he works for a security firm. It is slapsticky. It's stupid. There's no plot whatsoever. And it's much better as far as showcasing John Candy than this one. This one is a John Hughes film. So I think those elements, like we get in the end, it's like if this were just going to be a film where we had a black sheep uncle coming in to take care of kids like Mr. Mom, it had a little bit of heart in it, but we're not going to lie to you that this is what it is. It's just this. But it's the ending parts that kind of take away from, because again, the last 20 minutes just seem to all be manufactured. There's just like, okay, we got to throw some heart in there. We got to get the girlfriend back in there. We got to mention the gambling problem. So the last 20 minutes are really chaotic. And really the first 45 minutes are the best parts of this movie. the making of the big pancake, the making of breakfast where he's listening to Tweedledee and singing along. That's John Candy. And the rest of it is just kind of like, okay, let's finish this up. After the classroom scene, after he tells the principal off, it kind of goes downward after that.
And as I sit here and think about what you're saying, which is spot on, we have talked about the Uncle Buck arc through this film, but now I'm sitting here going, well, he was the same guy the whole time. I mean, yes, in the end, I mean, I guess he's willing to, commit to Shanice and have a family, but it's not like he started out a piece of shit and learned from these kids how to love.
No,
he was a loving guy, and he wasn't a piece of shit. His brother and sister-in-law may think of him that way because his lifestyle is more unconventional than theirs is, but he exhibited nothing but what I think is compassion, good decision making, a sense of responsibility for the well-being of these kids that aren't his and that he admittedly hasn't seen very often. I mean, what more of an... I mean, there's no arc. He was what he was the whole time, and Tia was what she was the whole time until she wasn't, in some mystical way that we as an audience aren't privy to, that happens outside of the realm of the four corners of this movie.
Right.
I think I just convinced myself that I didn't like this that much.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think I said it earlier. Because I said this earlier, that the Uncle Buck character is the black sheep that everybody disregards, but in reality turns out to be the one with the heart of gold. He's the one that doesn't change. He doesn't have a redemption value. From the very beginning, he wants to do this the right way, and everybody sees him. So this is when I talked about our own families and our own black sheep. Do we have these members in our family that we misunderstand, and then when they're put in these situations, they prove themselves worthy? So that's why I think it's a good film. Because I think it's one where, John Candy's character does not go on a path of redemption. If anything, other people realize his value. Because at the end of the film, the sister-in-law who doubted him has come around and starts to realize, and then his brother is like, we need to have you over. And then the very last scene of the film where he waves goodbye and they freeze on him.
Yeah.
That's when the daughter realizes this guy has value. So I think the whole film, more than being about a redemption of Uncle Buck, is about Uncle Buck was a fucking great guy. Yeah. You assholes didn't realize it, but now you do.
Yeah.
Because he came in and saved the fucking day. And that's one of the things that when I did not, and honestly, we talked about this. I did not get this in 1989. I didn't get it 2 weeks ago when I watched it for preparation. I got it today, and I went, Uncle Buck is the fucking hero.
Yeah.
He is the guy that is the man.
He didn't
and
need
everybody
saving.
else.
He did the saving.
Yeah. And nobody appreciated him until the very end of the film. And realized that he's the one that was there holding shit together. And so that's why I think it's a good film. I think it's one of those things, if you don't look at it as like a Mrs. Doubtfire, where Mrs. Doubtfire, Robin Williams is all, fucking chaotic, and he's just trying to hold his life together, and he, masquerades as a woman to hold things. No, this is totally different from that. This is a guy who does have his shit together. Yeah, he might not be wanting to commit to his girlfriend, but he's a good dude.
Yeah.
And nobody sees it, but they do at the end. And that's why the thing that I have a hard time is the horse racing thing, is like, it's so funneled in there to try to make it as a plot device, and it doesn't work because that's not the character.
What's that screenwriting thing? Don't put a gun in the scene if someone's not going to use it, or if someone's not going to acknowledge it, don't just make up things that I'm supposed to start distilling into a story that you've already done a pretty good job of establishing so far. And now you expect me, a viewer, to plug in these little parts as we go along, as if they were a part of the story the whole time, and they weren't.
No.
But you are right. The family actually come to love and respect Buck. We will see that right now.
All right.
Hey, next time you're downtown, maybe we can go out for a coffee.
Okay. We really had a good time. I know it's kind of ridiculous. We did leave the house a little messy. We did try our best. We're not so good at doing that. What?
We're going home. We're not dying.
Okay, I'm saying goodbye. Is that all right? All right, nice guy. Listen, tell the neighbors we're really sorry about having that thing parked in the driveway all week. He's getting a new company car on Monday.
Hell I am. The beef is good for another 100,000 miles.
Yeah, well, it's too bad that you're not.
That's funny, Shanice. That's really good. You see what I put up with? And don't drive fast. I'm not fixing any more tickets for you.
The only thing, Greg, that would have made that scene better is if, as she was standing there smiling, a pterodactyl had flown down and just kind of yanked with their sharp pterodactyl talons her head right off of her body, while her body still kind of stands upright because it's like leaning, but just the head goes off, and we see that, and then the pterodactyl flies into outer space with it and drops it into the sun.
That would have been good. Yes, I agree. And it was funny because everybody in the chat tonight was like, Eric's disdain for Tia with the pitchforks and the torches is just brilliant because they were feeding off your energy. No, and that's the thing is that the last scene, I love the last scene because it goes back to this whole white trash versus, respectable.
Yes.
His girlfriend is, again, trying to invite them out for lunch or whatever. And even Buck at that point is like, all right, let's go. And then she's like, I'm just trying to say goodbye, whatever. And then that final scene with him waving is that key is like, I am a good dude. I love you. And Tia realizing that. And so you got to have this hope, even though she's been shit for an hour and 48 minutes of the film, it's like you got to hope that she's, come around, that she's going to be a good kid, and that now Uncle Buck has taught her the meaning of respectability and how to respect her. Whatever.
Well, what they ought to do is get John Candy's agent on the line, see if he's available to do an Uncle Buck 2 into the future. And that what?
Yeah, I'd Google John Candy if you haven't heard.
I'll do it after this. I'm sure everything's fine with him. But man, I really, again, I appreciate for those of you listening. You made it. God, Greg, we did 4.5 hours of this.
Yeah.
And I was kind of worried about content, but then I forget you don't ever shut the fuck up. So,
I don't.
Well, I said that to Kelsey when I took a break, and she goes, "No, you don't shut the fuck up." So,
that's the problem.
I think maybe that has something to do with it. But I really do appreciate it. Like I said at the beginning, we've grown to know each other over the last couple of years, the show to start, but with trivia and just seen you at shows. So I really I personally, and I know that the whole crew appreciates your support, and we appreciate you being willing to jump in, and we killed it. So when you're ready to do Greg Lee Goes to the Movies,
Right.
you let me know. Now, how do you your Jarrett Goes to the Movies full-length feature debut went?
Well, first of all, I had a blast, and it's kind of funny because before I did my own like Eagles podcast, this was what I thought I would kind of do, would be a movies podcast. And then I got involved with this podcast, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to build one of those. I don't want to compete against those guys. I just, we'll find something else. So, I actually, when Sean called me up and asked me to do this, I'll be honest, I was not only touched, I was surprised. I was shocked. I was like, "What? Okay." And then he said, "Yeah, no, we all love you." And I'm like, "Oh, that's really nice. That's nice. That's nice to hear." So to know that Jarrett trusts me and to come in and sub for an episode, it means a lot. It really does. And I'm glad to be a part of this. I'm glad whatever capacity that you guys want. And I tell you what, Eric, I think it's so funny. I think the reason that you and I have kind of become friends is we have a lot of similarities. We talk all the time, and it seems like we kind of connect on a similar level. So that what makes me laugh about our relationship. And I was actually the same thing. Concerned tonight was like, man, are we going to even have an hour of material? And I'm looking at the clock, and we're at like 4 hours and 39 minutes of raw material. Yeah. Like, holy shit, I got to get to bed.
I'm going to go eat a sandwich and watch the Lakers show since Kelsey's home, and then hit the hay.
That sounds good.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed
appreciate it.
And, it was a nice opportunity for me to not just have to be a, yuck monkey for the whole time to sit around and talk about a movie. So appreciate you, buddy. For those of you who would like, so there's no mail in the mailbag. Well, there's one, but it's super long, and it's something that the rest of the cast will want to be around for. So we'll save that. So if you would like to connect with us, we're open to that. We're not unapproachable people. I mean, Sean is, but he's just quiet. He's not, mean or judgmental or anything. But if you want to connect with us, there are a bunch of ways you can do that. You can go to our website, although, if I'm being honest, I haven't been to our website in years. I don't know what you will find there, but we do have one. It's JarrettGoesToTheMovies.com. On Facebook, Jarrett Goes to the Movies, which is our page, and there's also a Jarrett Goes to the Movies fan page. So we would encourage you to sign up for both. I don't know. You don't sign up on Facebook for you like them both. Join those Facebooks.
Yeah.
Join those Facebooks, people. On YouTube and Twitch, I do know how one of these works. On Jarrett Goes to the Movies on YouTube and Twitch, you will want to subscribe, and you will want to smash that subscribe button and turn on notifications. You will know when we're going live and doing things like this. On Instagram and Twitter, all of your meme needs will be met. That is at Jarrett Movies. On Patreon, that is how you can support the winning team. So consider donating at patreon.com/Jarrett Goes to the Movies. Lots of different supporters there. You can email us, jarrettgoestothemovies@gmail.com. If your email doesn't suck, we will read it on the air. And as an added bonus, you get to hear your emailed words in my amazing basso soothing voice. So there's a plus. You can text us or leave a mail. The number is the same either way. It's 714-451-6029. That's 714-451-6029. Don't forget to join us next week. This is huge. We will be discussing the films Back to the Future, Back to the Future 2, Back to the Future 3. It is our amazing episode 300 extravaganza, freaking 5-6 years at this. And we had a blast on a Sunday all day, drinking, talking about the movies. David Dooley and Woody Chambers were there in the studio with us. So you guys look forward to those episodes. There may or may not have been some shares on the socials this week. There's no way of me knowing that because Sean didn't put any names in the shares section of the notes. So if you did, we do appreciate it. There's just no way for me to call you out individually. So thank you guys, everybody, for watching tonight. Thank you for listening. And what is it that he says? We'll see ya down the road.
Is that what he says?
I think we'll see ya down the road.
Sounds good.
Fuck you, San Diego.